Would help if I turn my mic on. Hello, how's it going? Oh my god. I just finished eating some very spicy noodles. Notifications. Let me not do that directly into the microphone. Or attempt to not do that directly in the microphone. Oh my god, my mouth is on fire. What's up? How's it going? Happy Saturday. Sorry I'm a day late to streaming. We did some family stuff yesterday, so I wanted to participate. Pardon me. Who's ready for more Spirit of Justice? I'm very excited. We gotta save Trucy. My god, I'm so sorry. The spicy has made me stuffy. My friends. My friends are being silly. Anyway. Yeah, happy Friday, or Friday. Happy Saturday. Welcome to the semi-birthday stream. My birthday was Wednesday, so we're just doing it. We're doing it. Happy almost Easter. Yeah. I don't have anything exciting. Nothing exciting has happened in the last week. Okay, nothing exciting has happened in the last week besides my birthday, you know. Besides gaining another year of age. Ugh. My face is a mess. It's still spicy. Good lord. What is this? So much junk on my desk. My desk is a mess. I'm glad you can't see it. Some lotion on. My hands are crusty and dry. Anyway, hope you guys had a good week. As I ramble incoherently. We're gonna do Spirit of Justice. More Spirit of Justice tonight, obviously. What happened last time? Trucy got arrested. Oh, we started it last week. I keep forgetting that last week was the first time we started it. So, Phoenix traveled to a new country and immediately decided to just defend a random tour guide. Which, good thing he did. And then Trucy got arrested for a magic trick gone wrong. Okay, I'm just gonna be snotty forever, unfortunately. So let's get the game started. Why not? There we go. Yes. There we go. Alright, we were in the middle of the investigation section. We just talked to... We talked to the guy who owns the theater? Oh god, okay. What do I need to do? Go to Trucy. What? Mysterious locked notebook. No, this is not... Okay. Oh. I got an achievement. Foot meet mouth. For having presented Trucy's notebook to Athena before returning it to Trucy. Interesting. Okay, maybe I should have read that. I wonder if there's anything about me in there. Like, that one time I ate her pudding. I wonder if she was mad at me for doing that. Don't worry, if there's one thing I know about Trucy, it's that she's more mature than some people I know. Oh. Okay, where do I need to go? Okay. Okay, back here, I guess. It's all that's left is to check out that understage passage. We'll have to try and get one of the staff members to unlock the door. Someone just came into the dressing room. Oh, it's you people again. You came back. Huh? Oh, it's her. I saw you, you know. Oh, it's you, the bunny assistant from the show, right? What? Oh, yes, that's right. My name is Bonnie DeFam. I don't like this voice I'm doing. I don't remember what voice I gave her last time. I remember her talking to us earlier. Performing magic is like walking a tightrope. There's always an element of danger. One little mistake can even cost you your life, you know? I wonder if she'll make it across today. What do you mean by that exactly? Oh, nothing. Now, if you'll excuse me. She says some pretty strange things then. I saw you take it. You took something from our dressing room. Oh, Bonnie! That teleportation trick you did was amazing! Fantastic! What? Oh, thank you. But what you did, stealing is... What other kinds of magic tricks can you do? Me? Oh, well... how about this? Oh my god. Splendido! Athena, I think Bonnie's trying to say something to us. She is? Thank you, Mr. Thief. Thief? I saw you take that notebook. Please don't take things from our dressing room. Huh? So it's true what they say. Thieves really do return to the scene of the crime, don't they? Thieves? I thought it was just arson. Thieves? I thought it was just arsonists in real life. Guess that means you really saw us, huh? But this looks pretty bad. If you return what you stole right now, I won't call the police. Oh boy. You've got it all wrong. We're Trucy's lawyers. She asked us to bring the notebook to her. Trucy's lawyers? Oh, I'm so sorry I called you thieves. If you really thought we were thieves, why were you still doing magic tricks for us? I can't help it. Whenever anybody asks, I just can't bring myself to refuse. Her voice just keeps changing from second to second. I'm so sorry. I can't do this gruff voice and then also Apollo. I need to change it. Maybe she gets a Valley Girl voice. I don't know. Does that mean she's a real people person or that she aims to please a little too hard? In that case, can you tell us a secret to your teleportation trick? Well, I don't know if I should. Oh! If I keep up the pressure, she might just tell us. I've been dying to know. Leave the poor girl alone. Are you investigating the case? Yes, that's right. I'm Trucy's biggest fan. I just love her to bits. I'd do anything to help her. We appreciate that. In that case, would you mind if we asked you a few questions? You're a magician, right, Bonnie? That's right. My specialties are teleportation and this little trick right here. that was really cute.
Looks like Mr. Bunny's in a bad mood right now.
Or that she messed up. You said you're a big fan of Trucy's, right?
Oh, yes. I look up to her more than anyone else in the whole world.
What about her makes you respect her so much?
She's just incredible. Not only is she extremely talented, but she's so cool under pressure and always manages to keep a smile on her face. In spite of all that talent, she still works harder than anybody I know. You couldn't ask for more out of a magician.
There's something to shift into hyper fangirl drive.
I love the unique way she does her tricks and how she charms the audience. I especially love her magic panties trick, which is both cute and comical. First time I saw her do that trick, I was so impressed, so moved.
But I gotta... Okay.
And that's why I think Trucy is top class, a real first-rate magician.
I see. I think we have a pretty good idea of how much you adore her now.
Oh, was I talking too much? I'm so sorry.
I better be careful about when and how I ask her about Trucy.
Anyway, that's why I'll do anything at all to help Trucy. Oh, Mr. Lawyer, you just have to prove her innocence.
Don't worry, I plan to do just that. I wish Trucy could see that she has people like Bonnie in her corner, rooting for her. You were in the magic show, right?
That's right. I take it you saw my teleportation trick? Yes, it was just wonderful. You moved from one place to another in the blink of an eye.
I admit it was pretty amazing. I have no idea how you teleported yourself over such a distance in just a split second.
It must be so fun to be able to do a trick like that. Teleportation looks so cool.
It's like a superpower or something.
Yeah, my trick is turning some heads in the magic world right now. They're calling it new miraculous magic. Some even say it's the real deal.
Real magic, huh? I know there must be an explanation, but it sure does look real. I just have to figure that trick out. I want to do it myself.
Oh, you'll never figure it out. I always perform it perfectly.
Oh. Ah. This feeling. Looks to me like Bonnie is hiding something. Watch her hand. Nope. Oh!
Gotcha!
I did not notice it peeking out of the hat before. Bonnie, when you said perform it perfectly, your right hand would tremble and move your hat a tiny bit. I even caught a glimpse of the little rabbit hiding underneath. Did you really perform the teleportation trick perfectly this time?
Of course. I definitely got that part right.
What do you mean, that part?
Oops.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that you didn't switch the swords? Picked the wrong career. Did you maybe make a mistake during the switching of the swords?
I wasn't involved with that part, so how could I make a mistake? Not even I could mess up if I was simply watching.
If you were simply watching?
I never make any mistakes under any circumstances. That's what I meant.
She seems pretty flustered just now. I bet she did make a mistake somewhere. Okay. Messed up Trucy's escape, I guess. You might have performed the teleportation trick flawlessly, but what about Trucy's escape trick after that? Did you make some kind of mistake during that?
Well...
Well, did you?
You see...
Did you or didn't you?
Beep. I did. You're absolutely right, Mr. Lawyer. I made a mistake during Trucy's escape trick. I'm sorry I lied.
Whew, I feel like I pulled off a magic trick on my own just trying to get that out of her. So you made a mistake during Trucy's escape trick.
Yes, I was in charge of operating Mr. Hat, you see, but I made a huge goof. So, did Trucy explain to you how the escape trick works?
Yes, she knew we need to know for our investigation, so she shared the secret. Let's see. After Trucy escaped from the coffin down into the understage passage, Mr. Hat was to be pulled up to the catwalk by a winch. Trucy would then pop up on stage through a trap door.
I was operating Mr. Hat at the time, but I flubbed up where I was supposed to have him stand. I was supposed to make Mr. Hat stand on the left side of the coffin, but I messed up and had him stand to the right by accident.
That matches up with what we saw during the show.
Huh? But then doesn't that mean
Trucy would have ended up popping up on the side opposite to Mr. Hat?
Yes, she would have if she hadn't done some quick thinking on her feet. She managed to pop up on the right-hand side of the coffin for me, so the audience never even knew a mistake had been made.
Way to go, Trucy.
But my mistake caused her so much trouble.
I think I better ask Trucy about this later, too. Oh, by the way, we'd like to investigate the understage passage. Would that be all right?
Oh yes, by all means. Anything to help prove Trucy's innocence. I'll unlock it for you.
Hey, there you are. You got a minute? Oh, it's this guy.
Oh, Mr. Retinas. Yes, of course.
Not you, Bunny. The lawyers. They're the ones I want to see. You have business with us? I hear you two are from the same agency as Trucy. Is that true? Yes, that's right. This is for you, then. Hang loose, baby. Contract between Take-Two TV, the first party, and Trucy Wright, the second party. If, through the fault of the second party, the show must be canceled in part or in full, the second party will pay $3 million as compensation to the first party. $3 million? Yeah, that's more like it. That shocked reaction, that dopey expression. You'd make a great comedian. Really? I know, I'll put you on my show. We'll get one of those cartoon anvils to fall on your head.
Wait a minute. Is this for one of those hidden camera prank shows?
You wish. That's an official contract to see for yourselves. You're the lawyers, after all. You should know one when you see one, right? She literally signed it this morning. There's no way. He's right. Oh God, sorry. It's all signed and everything. Oh, my back hurts. You better make sure your agency pays what Trucy owes me in full. Are you kidding me? The Write Anything agency doesn't have that kind of money. Then I guess you're gonna have to go fishing for some. I can see it now. Crazy as Catch, legend of the seasick lawyers. Ha ha ha.
Hi, Carly. Thank you.
Fishing on the high seas? No thanks. I can't even swim. I searched a Ace Attorney birthday, and that was the only birthday related tweet or gif that I could find. So I was like, sure, I'll have Blackwell threatening us. I don't even know what that's possibly from. Like, why is he on the defendant's side? Why is he strangling whomever it is? Like, what is it?
Objection! What kind of a ridiculous, low-down, unfair, one-sided contract is this?
Yeah, it could be this game. Hey now, there's nothing ridiculous here. It's all perfectly legit. It's got her signature on it, see? My boys have got to see the stupid look in your faces. It's priceless. And post. How are you doing, Carly? I'm getting responses already. It's gonna go viral.
No, how could he? Bye-bye, reputation.
Okay. You ain't seen nothing yet, baby. I'm gonna drive Troop Grammary and everybody associated with it into the ground. Serves you right for getting involved with the Grammaries. What's this grudge you have against the Grammaries, anyway? Huh? What are you talking about? Stress is making you paranoid, champ. This guy definitely is the murderer. Come on, Bonnie, we have more filming to do.
Oh, yes, sir. Excuse me, Mr. Lawyer. Oh, and I'll unlock the door to the understage passage for you later.
Later, lawyers. Hang loose, baby.
Doing okay? Day 2 of your 4-day weekend, but your arms and shoulders are getting sore.
Why are your arms and shoulders sore? 4-day weekends are great, though. I'm having a 4-day weekend now, but I'm day 3 of my 4-day weekend. Or, yeah, because I took Thursday off. Oh, I got you. Yeah, my back was not happy with me because I've been gaming in my spare time a lot more than normal. Like, sitting here, my spine is, like, popping and cracking. I'm like, oh, that can't be a good sign.
Why would Trucy sign a contract like this? Why did all of this have to happen when Mr. Wright isn't here?
We'll have to come back for the understage later. Let's go hear Trucy's side of the story.
Good thinking. We can't let you hit the high seas just yet.
Must be something we can do. We can't let the ratings Raja get his way. Alright. Like, what else are you gonna do? Yeah, fair enough. I did. I took a long break. I took Thursday and Friday off. And then last night, so my sister's home for the weekend from school. So we did like an ice cream sundae party, waffle ice cream sundae party, and had some friends over. BB came over. And we just kind of like hung and had ice cream sundaes, and it was very nice.
3, 2, 1, ta-da! Or ta-da!
Wow, now you made my handcuffs disappear. How did you do that?
Are you doing magic tricks for the guards? Now, should I try making you disappear next, Mr. Guard?
Can you do that? Oh, yes, please. This is so exciting. I was gonna say, I don't know if you were at that point, but if BB didn't do something for... Oh, we did. Last weekend, Sunday, we got ice cream and we saw The Boy and the Heron. We hung out. So, I would also be... He's been harassing me since, like, I'm gonna say, like, our second date when he found out when my birthday was about what I wanted for my birthday. So, I'm the one who was like, I don't know what. But I think I liked it. I don't know that I could tell you what happened in that movie. It's a lot. Yeah, the ending is really abrupt. And like a lot of Ghibli movies, the characters make a lot of like internal decisions and don't necessarily voice everything they're thinking. But I feel like that was taken up a lot of notches in this one. Like, what is his name? Mahito? Is that the main character's name? He just kind of like does stuff sometimes. And I'm like, oh, we're doing this now? And I wasn't expecting the parakeets to become a central part of the plot. I thought they were just going to be there for a scene or two like the other birds. And yet, the whole back third of the movie was them. Yeah, the rock. Like, when he just starts making a bow and arrow. Like, I don't know. It was good. I liked it. But, like, I feel like I need to see it, like, 2 more times to really understand everything that went on. The dub. We watched the dub. Because they have right now, it's back in theaters with, like, bonus content. Which is really just at the beginning, one of the, like, animators draws, the lady. I forget what her name is. Yeah, the Florence Pugh lady. And yeah, Kiriko. Thank you, Carly. I can't remember anybody's names ever. And then the composer talks a little bit about the process, which was very interesting. Yeah, Robert Pattinson was amazing. There were so many times that him and I would like look at each other and be like, is that this person? I knew Robert Pattinson was the Heron. That was like not half, but that was like a good bit of the reason I wanted to go. Cause I was like, that's Robert Pattinson. That's the voice he's doing. Like he killed it. But then like the Parakeet King, that's, Dave Bautista or whatever, however you say his last name. And he was like looking at me, like BB was looking at me like, is that really? And I had to listen to it for a second, but like, yes, it was. It's crazy. That cast was nuts. But it was really good. I'm excited for it to get onto streaming wherever it will be so that I can watch it again and like process it more. Did I ever see Elemental? I did not. I haven't yet. I should. Because we have Disney Plus. I'm trying to not use Disney Plus right now, but I can yo-ho it. The guy who voices Wade voiced a parakeet. Okay. I have to look it up. I should watch it. I have to catch up on a handful of Pixar and Disney movies. When the parakeet started crying, it was so obvious. Gotcha. I have to watch it.
We should probably stop her before there's another incident. Trucy. Oh, hi, Polly. Hi, Athena. We, have some more questions for you. Judging by the looks on your faces, it must be about something big. Okay, see you in a bit, Carly.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Things have gotten a little sticky. Oh, and I have to remember to give her that thing she asked for, too. I'm going to present the contract first. First party will pay for all the expenses.
Are you saying you want me to conjure up a copy or two of this? Absolutely not. Forged evidence isn't going to help us in court. It'll be fine. With my magic, I'll make sure the audience can't see the strings attached.
It's not the audience, but the discerning eyes of the law I'm worried about. Okay. I thought I'd try. Here you go, Trucy. Here's your notebook back.
Oh, great. Thank you very much.
So what's written in there anyway? Looks like it's full of secrets or something.
That's because it is. It was originally my granddaddy Magnifique Grimary's notebook. He used it like a diary and as a place to jot down ideas for new magic tricks, some of which only members of the Troupe Grimary have ever laid eyes on.
Wow, this notebook is really a big deal then.
Yeah, that's why I always keep it under lock and key. I bet a magician would do just about anything to get their hands on that notebook.
We found it mixed in with Mr. Roos's belongings. Could he really have been trying to steal it?
The Troupe Grimary Creed is also written inside. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. That creed was passed down to me from my daddy, and his daddy passed it down to him.
It's true that Trucy always keeps a smile on her face. I guess it's due in part to her family creed. Trucy, I want to talk to you about where we found this notebook. Alright. Trucy, do you remember this contract?
Yes, I signed it before I went on stage.
What about this liability for compensation article here?
Liability for compensation? What are you talking about? Let me see that. What? $3 million?
Just as I suspected, she didn't know about that part.
I've never seen this article, and I've read the whole contract from top to bottom.
Yeah, I didn't think you'd miss such a big thing. But here's your signature. There's your signature, so what's going on?
Maybe there was some kind of trick involved? You know, like when I signed it.
In other words, you think there might be some foul play afoot? I'm willing to bet that the ratings Raja is the one behind it. Bonnie told us about the mistake she made on the stage. Why does my ear itch?
Hi, Blahi! Thank you so much! How you doing? Oh, you mean with where Mr. Hat had been placed? Even I was at a loss about what to do for a second there.
So how did you fix the problem?
Well, I was down in the understage passage when I found out. I had to work my butt off to fix it, let me tell you. After I escaped from the coffin and went down into the understage passage, I got a signal from Bonnie saying she'd made a mistake with Mr. Hat's positioning. No joke, I was freaking out. After all, I had to be back up on stage in a few short minutes. Magical girl Trucy Wright was faced with an unprecedented crisis beneath the stage. Would this spell the end for Trucy and Grimaryland? And then what happened?
You've been good?
I've been good. Yeah, I've been well.
Hanging in there. Athena's totally hooked.
I was supposed to get back up on the stage through trapdoor number 1 on the left, using a platform that could be raised and lowered called a stage lift. There was a stage lift ready and waiting in the lower position under trapdoor 1. But Mr. Hat had been placed on the right above trapdoor 2 by mistake. There was already another stage lift under trapdoor 2, but it was in the raised position since we hadn't planned on using it.
Okay, so how did you get back up onto the stage?
Why, through brute strength. I couldn't lower stage lift number 2 by myself, so I pushed it back out of the way. Then I moved the lowered stage lift number 1 into place under trapdoor number 2.
I don't know anything about these two, but Trucy and Athena seem like they can or are besties. I think they are. I see that. I think that they probably are. They're about the same age. Yeah, they're only 2 years apart. I love Athena. I'm a big fan. I love both of them. The two of them definitely get into some trouble together and give Phoenix gray hairs. Actually, really give Apollo gray hairs is what they do.
I wish I could have moved it with magic. Unfortunately, my magic is useless under the stage.
Partners in crime, absolutely.
The understage is a dark abyss that drains magicians of all their powers.
I can see why it's called the Abyss. I never knew it could take so much out of you.
That's just how it goes in the real world. Illusions are created by the blood, sweat, and tears of those behind the scenes. Wow, I learned so much just now.
Trucy, have you told anybody else about all this?
Nope, nobody.
This sounds like some critical information. I better make a note of it. We found this notebook mixed in with Mr. Roos's belongings.
What?
Do you think he might have been trying to steal it?
No way! I can't believe it. The great Mr. Roos would never do any such thing.
But would it be so far-fetched if he was after Troop Grimary's secret tricks? Makes for a pretty compelling motive to take the notebook. In any case, we better focus on doing something about this contract for now.
Trucy signed it in her dressing room, right?
And we better do a little more investigating there.
I'm so sorry to put the two of you through all this.
Don't worry, we'll get to the bottom of this. There's gotta be some kind of mistake. I can't believe they don't know they're siblings yet. Like, what the fuck? Phoenix?
If you need me to, I'm willing to take drastic measures.
Oh, no.
With my magic.
You're not planning on pulling some magical money out of there, are you?
No, my magic panties are much better at making things disappear than appear.
Do I want to know what she's planning to make disappear?
Apollo, we have to do something, anything to fix this.
I agree. Let's check out the dressing room again for starters.
Okay, and we should finally check out that understage passage too.
The Abyss?
The Abyss? Then you'll have to go through the backstage area. Be careful down there.
Okay, let's start at the dressing room. Okay, this is where Trucy signed that contract.
Right, and there must be some kind of trick that was used when she signed it. Question is, what kind of trick and how is it done?
Some kind of object or tool was used. There may still be a trace of it somewhere. Like maybe that folder and pen on the desk. Like with the pen or the paper.
Well, it's time to find the secret to that trick. Off gets. Let's do this.
I assume. Huh? Hey, take a look at this clipboard. Could you sign this, please, ma'am?
Sure thing. Just one sheet of this clipboard. The one sheet in this clipboard, right?
Is
Isn't this the clipboard that Trucy used when she signed the contract? I think you're right. Let's give it the once over. Okay. Let's try opening the folder. Okay. Why is this one screw different? Hey, this screw. It's different from the others. Not only that, but I think it's loose. Look, I can move it. Are you sure you should be fooling with it like that, Apollo? Whoa, it came right out. See, I tried to tell you, but would you listen? No. Hey, take a look through the hole, Athena. I think there's something back there. Oh, wow, you're right. What is it? Okay. Looks like a screw. Guess that means the clipboard can be taken apart. Can't loosen this one without a screwdriver. Okay. Hey, look, the back panel is loose. I think I can take it off. Got it. You're just breaking things left and right today, aren't you? Look, there's something inside. What is this black sheet of, I want to say paper? Oh, I know, it's carbon paper. You put it between two pieces of paper and it copies what you write onto the bottom one. So when Trucy signed the contract, there was actually another contract underneath. And her signature on the top contract got copied onto the hidden contract. So that's how Trucy was conned. This is that ratings Raja's doing. I just know it. How dare he? You gotta hand it to him, though. It couldn't have been easy fooling Trucy. That girl's no slouch. Yeah, but I bet we can use this clipboard as evidence if we take this to trial. If we ever take this to trial. Oh my god. Okay. That's everything. Let's go back to the stage. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. Let's see. We should be able to get to the understage passage from backstage. Hopefully Bonnie unlocked the door for us like she said she would. Okay. Nope. This way. Okay, wrong. Oh, wait, I have to click on that. Back to the backstage. There we go. Could not remember what I was doing. The door's unlocked. Thank you, Bonnie. Well, Athena, here we go. I'm gonna throw my glasses. Oh! Mouse! I'm gonna make it big someday too. Just you wait and see. It sure is dark and dusty down here. The abyss, the magical underworld. And look, there's a Denzian in the abyss now. Fearsome beast with long, sharp fangs, ready to prey on unsuspecting souls. Huh? What are you... Oh, you mean that tiny little rat over there? No, I mean that fearsome beast over there. I take it you don't like rodents. Who does? Ugh. Look at all these props. Hey, there's something in this hat. A dove, cards, a juice box, and some snacks. Looks like somebody planned to have a little treat in the middle of the show. Oh my god, sorry. Oh my god, sorry. Just punching my microphone, per usual. This sword is the exact same design as the murder weapon. Wait, what's this? Yeah! Ow! What are you doing? That hurts! I think I'm bleeding out! Oh, stop being such a drama queen. It's only rubber. Huh? Hey, you're right. So this must be the sword Trucy used during the trick. After the incident, someone must have switched this rubber sword with the real one on stage. And maybe that's when they brought the rubber sword here. Okay. I don't know why they didn't just use a rubber sword the whole time, but sure. I'm gonna make it big someday too. Just you wait and see. What's that all about? My guess is it's the soulful cry of some poor assistant made to toil here in the darkness.
And who would know about this soulful cry of a bitter assistant better than you, right? You really understand the writer's feeling of despair and frustration.
Sadly, yes. Yes, I do.
Apollo. You really shouldn't scribble on walls, you know, Apollo.
Wasn't me!
I love these dorks so much.
A stage lift for getting up to the stage. It looks like this crank lowers the platform. But Trucy said it's impossible for one person to do it alone.
That sounds like a challenge. Now I want to try it. Her thinking animation and fidgeting is so cute. She's adorable. I love her so much. She cracks me up. It's probably just broken.
Or you could just take people at their word. If I'm reading this room right, this must be the stage lift that Trucy moved during the show. Originally, it was there where the stage lift 1 is now. Okay. What's this glowy stuff? Oh, it's glow-in-the-dark tape.
Apollo and Athena having the same first letter name, it takes me like a split second sometimes to recognize who is talking. Hey, this must be what I saw through that secret door in the bottom of the coffin.
But who put it here and why?
It's probably a marker of some sort since it's so dark down here.
Sounds about right. Maybe it's meant to mark which ladder to climb. It's a stage lift for getting up to the stage. Trucy moved this one here.
I guess it used to be where the yellow tape is. Or that yellow tape is.
How in the world did she manage to move this huge thing? It couldn't have been easy for her. She's pretty petite. But I bet it'd be easy for you.
Just what are you implying? That's it, chump. You're looking up microaggressions later. Oh my god.
This ladder goes up to the ceiling. So I guess it leads to the one of the trapdoors on stage.
Trucy must have used this ladder when she escaped from the coffin. Why don't you climb up and see if I'm correct?
It's not so high.
It's not so high. You'll be fine, right?
Huh? Why me?
You'd make a young lady wearing a skirt climb a ladder?
Fine. I'm going.
I love these two. They're such dorks. Ugh!
The light! It burns!
Ow. Yeah, seriously. It's being hard to tell apart right away. I guess that's why some games color code the text. Yeah. That color coding would help. I just lost the ability to read for a second. Wow. Okay. Are you alright?
I can now confirm that the ladder does indeed lead up to the stage.
Well, that tasty bit of info was definitely worth risking life and limb for. Well done. Hold on, Apollo. I hear voices. Quick, hide! You have to go for dinner. Thank you so much. Thank you for popping in. Enjoy your dinner. Bye.
Ow! Quit shoving!
Hurry up and get down there.
Ouch! My arm doesn't bend that way. What the heck, Athena? Shh! Look! It's so much work pretending to be cute and sweet. Isn't that Bonnie?
Hey, Bunny. Wait for me.
And the ratings, Raja? What do we have to hide for, Athena? Because I heard something funny. There was something off in their voices. Oh, right. Athena's super sensitive hearing. Those lawyers are poking around, trying to stir up trouble. Should I be worried?
Relax. I didn't say anything to the police, and I won't say anything to them either. You better not, or you're gonna get it. Pow! Right in the kisser.
What the? Is it just me, or does Bonnie seem kind of different from before? Apollo, shh!
I'm sick and tired of this whole investigation. All I want is Trucy's head on a platter. Leave everything to me, babe. Don't forget the power of mass media. Davy can accomplish anything. I'll make sure Trucy gets much worse than a guilty verdict. Babe? Babe? I don't... I can't wait to see that girl crying and begging for mercy. You really hate Trucy, don't you, Bunny? I hate her. I loathe her. I can't stand that Trucy Wright. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. So this is exactly what that sniveling brat deserves. Hey, what the heck? If you mess this up, you're gonna be really sorry, you hear me? I'll crush you flat, like a cockroach under my foot. Oh, you cute little thing. You're so adorable. Oh god. You cute little thing. You're so adorable when you're throwing a fit. I hate this. Ow, my foot. Can't you take a joke? Come on, grab my things. We're leaving. Lead the hippity hoppity way, my little bun bun. I hate him. I hate him so much. Wow. I hate him. More than I already did, but that was gross. What was that absolutely revolting scene all about? I guess the entertainment industry attracts all kinds of eccentrics. But that conversation, it set off every red flag in the book. You said it. I smell plot with a capital P-U. Retnes claims that he was at the TV station at the time of the incident. And we saw Bonnie on stage ourselves. Hey, Apollo, I have an idea. Why don't we pay Take-Two TV a twist? A twist? A visit? Why don't we pay Take-Two TV a visit? Where did I get twist? You can check up on the Rating Raj's alibi while we're there. Sounds like a plan. Alright, let's go. Magical murder. A shocking skewering. What the hell is this place? Why is that playing on the Scandal Gambit? Scandal Gamble Gambit. What? Yikes, look at this place. There's so much stuff going on at once, it's making my head spin. Take a look at that screen and listen to those hosts. Magical murder. Magical murder. Oh no. Magical murder. Live audience witnesses shocking skewering. 17-year-old magician Trucy Wright. See exclusive unedited footage of the heinous crime, complete and uncut. We can't let them broadcast that. Trucy will get tried in the court of public opinion. Well, I doubt we can stop them from airing it. But we can prove her innocence in a real court of law. No matter what garbage they report on TV, we can set the record straight at the trial. Look at that logo above the screen. Scandal Gamble Gambit. Is that the title of this show? Yep, have you ever seen it? They present scandalous rumors about celebrities. And then people bet on whether the rumors are true or not. Ugh, so it's just another tasteless TV show. Looks like Trucy's their next target. Today's scandal is... Tragedy on stage. Did Trucy Wright cause an accident or did she commit murder? Looks like murder is in the lead. Well, I say neither. Then we'll just have to create a third option tomorrow, in court. Okay. This must be a video production workstation of some kind. That coffee cup looks awfully familiar. Yeah, that's where Mr. Retnes always sits. He's very hands-on, you know. You'll always find him on the set of his projects. But he was here at the station during the magic show, right? Yeah, well, he had 2 shows going at once this morning. He had his regular program to oversee here, so he couldn't be at the Penrose. So you can vouch for him, that he was here at the station during the magic show. What, like an alibi? Sure can, he was definitely here. Still, after a while, he couldn't stand being away from the Penrose, it seems. As soon as his part was over here, he took a taxi to the theater. But he apparently didn't get there until after that thing had already occurred. Sounds like he has a rock-solid alibi. Maybe he has a twin. Slot machine and roulette wheel, huh? They really went all in with the gambling theme.
It looks like that slot machine really works. I've always wanted to give gambling a try.
It's not worth it. Besides, you're not even old enough to gamble in most states yet.
That's alright. I get to experience it enough in court. Guessing whether you'll win or lose the case on any given day.
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
Don't worry, Apollo. I only bet on winners and I haven't lost yet.
Excuse me. We're looking into the incident that happened at the magic show this morning. Oh, that? Yeah, I was the cameraman for that. Can you tell us anything about what you saw? Bonnie was soups adorbs. That's not exactly what I want. I couldn't get enough of her. I filmed the whole thing. Got some promo footage, primo footage if I do say so myself. I better quit before he decides to share what he intends to do with said footage. Gross.
I wonder if that guy sitting down, what that guy sitting down there is doing.
Looks like he's reading that script he's holding. What? Are you serious? Those two are gonna break up? What? And the series is going on hiatus because the cartoonist is sick? No way!
I think he's reading a comic book he's hiding in his script.
If you're gonna goof off on set, that's a pretty bold way to do it. Pardon me, I know you're busy right now. What are you guys? Street? Street? Does that mean people off the street or something? We're Trucy Wright's lawyers. Oh, okay, lawyers, got it. Well, what do you want? He must be really busy, he hasn't even looked this way. We're investigating the incident that occurred at the magic show this morning, and we heard that Roger Retness was in charge of that program. Yeah, that's right, the guy hates magic, but the show was all his idea. Just between you and me, I think it was Bonnie that egged him on. Egged him on? How's that so? Well, I saw the two of them together, walking along arm in arm. I bet she sweet-talked him into doing the program because she wanted the work. She hasn't been selling very well on her own, apparently. I see. Oh, hey, if you're looking into that incident, I guess you'd want the show footage, right? It's on the disc in my back pocket, if you want to go ahead and fish it out. I don't want to reach into your back pocket. Wow, thank you very much. Turned out to be surprisingly helpful. Okay. Well, I guess we got just about everything we can out of this place. Looks like Retness's alibi is pretty airtight. But if that's true, then who could have killed Mr. Roos?
Looks like we're pretty much done here. Should we go back to the office? We can get a snack and talk over our plan of attack.
Sounds good to me. Okay. What in the world? Ah! What's going on here?
All these stickers say repossessed.
Who did this? Who's responsible for this? Whoa now, this is a restricted area, chump. No trespassing. Yeah. Trespassing? But this is our office. You're the one who's trespassing. Enough with the lip, boy. Don't tell me you forgot about your debt.
What are you talking about?
I'm just abiding by the contract. If the agency can't pay me, I have every right to seize its property, am I right? Just like that? We haven't even had a chance to take this to trial. If you're gonna be mad, shouldn't Trucy be the one you're mad at? I told you, it serves you right for getting involved with those Grimaries. Why, you dirty rotten. What are you doing? What are you going to do with all our stuff? Sell it, of course. Every last bit of it. That's why I'm seizing everything. And I'll take this little office of yours, too.
You think you can just waltz in here and do whatever you want?
Indeed I do. Unless you write whatever warehouse joker's got $3 million already. That's a no then? Because I gotta recoup my money somehow. After all, the entire program went south because of Trucy. It's called liability for compensation, and this infantile agency is the liable party. Why, you black-hearted?
Hey, Apollo, what about the crooked clipboard?
It's no good. We don't have any proof that Retness was behind it.
Darn.
You're gonna have to do better than that, folks. Look like the famed Mr. Wright left behind nothing but incompetent noobs to run things.
No way. He was counting on Mr. Wright to be away for this plan of his? What a two-bit thug. We'll show him.
Haha, there's the sugar, that expression. It's priceless. So, how does it feel to lose that precious office your boss left you and you in charge of? Now, not to rub it in or anything, but I think you should know where you stand right now.
Oh man, what now?
Here, have a gander. Trial of young up-and-coming magician Trucy Wright is scheduled for tomorrow. We're here just outside the office of the suspect, hoping for an exclusive peek inside.
What? Is this live? Apollo, look! There's a sea of reporters outside.
Oh, a questionable-looking pair peeking out the window at this very moment. Our viewers at home can see them for themselves. Their vicious, brutal expressions.
Yellow journalism at its finest.
And that's the way it is. The majority of the public already thinks Trucy is guilty. They saw the whole thing happen with their own eyes during the show's live broadcast. Everybody in the country is against you.
No way.
No office, no allies. Are you sure you still want to represent that girl?
Of course we do. We believe in her innocence.
Go ahead, think what you want. It's a free country. Just know that you'll be the biggest losers in the end. In the meantime, feel free to keep on flopping around like the dying fish you are. Excuse me. Now then, you gotta be out of here by tomorrow. Take in this cozy little office tonight while you still can. Hang loose, baby.
I can't believe we let Mr. Wright's office get placed under seizure. Of all the... This is just ridiculous. Oh, Jesus. Look out!
Clear out! We don't want murderers here!
Hey! If it's a fight you want, I'll take you on! Come on!
Yikes! Let's get out of here before we get killed too!
I can't believe this is happening! We have to do something to protect ourselves, and fast.
Can't believe the guitar serenade is his ringtone. Apollo, I got your messages. How is she? Is Trucy okay? She's not crying, is she? Does she have a lawyer? Mr. Wright, it's all a giant mess. Poor Trucy and the office, our office. Apollo, okay. We better both take a deep breath. Wow, I see. And he's saying you have to be out by tomorrow. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I wish there was something I could have done. This is quite the mess, isn't it? Even if I left right now, I wouldn't be there in time for the trial tomorrow. I'm sorry, Apollo, but I need you to handle this for me. Of course, we can handle the defense, but the office... It's too soon to give up on that. What do you mean? The contract only addresses Trucy's liability if she causes the show to be cancelled. So you just have to prove in court tomorrow that it wasn't Trucy's fault. Hey, you're right. So everything depends on your winning that trial tomorrow. Trucy's fate and the fate of our office. It's all riding on your shoulders, Apollo. I know. I'll be fine, right? Apollo. I've been watching you grow over these past 2 years. That's why I can say, with absolute confidence, that you'll be fine. Really? I've seen you earn victory after victory in some pretty dicey situations. And guide Athena helping her along the way too. That's why I know you're ready, and why I know I can leave Trucy and the office to you. I believe in you, Apollo. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Good luck with tomorrow. Thank you. I'm fine. Everything will be fine. You can call me anytime if you feel you need to, but I'll be fine on my own, right? Yes, I think so too. I can do this. That's the spirit. Give it your best out there, Apollo. The spirit of justice. on. I need to fix my headphones. What is it, Apollo? What are you smiling about? Who, me? It's nothing. Oh, sweet boy. Mr. Wright believes in me. I can't let him down. We have to win this trial, Athena. I couldn't agree more, and I'll do everything in my power to help. Our opponent tomorrow. Prosecutor... Oh yeah, Sadmati, huh? Why now of all times? Still, I don't care who it is. I can't afford to let my guard down for anyone.
Oh, restless, wandering soul of the dead.
I don't think that's a real butterfly. Oh, it's not. It's... okay.
Prosecutor Sadmati. Oh. Sorry to disturb you, but I figured I should tell you. The lead attorney's been decided. It's Apollo Justice.
Apollo Justice.
Creepy. They obviously know each other. How? I guess we'll find out. Pardon me while I eat a candy. Let's fucking go. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. Is Apollo okay? He's been muttering to himself all morning. He's been like that since yesterday. Guess the pressure of today's trial is getting to him. Poor Polly. He's really tearing himself up over all this. Get it together, Apollo. Yikes. Athena, when did you get here? Try to relax a bit, will you? You're getting yourself way too worked up. Yeah, but I'm all right. I'm fine. You know, I did a little digging on this Nayuda Sadmati guy. He's apparently not your run-of-the-mill prosecutor. Oh yeah? What did you find out? Well, they say he wields an incredible power to accurately read a child's karma and its ultimate fate. Okay, why does everybody have to have magical powers now? What is that supposed to mean? I don't have all the details, but apparently he can foresee how the arguments will go and even lead his opposition. So the defense basically ends up going in whatever direction he has in his head. Man, this isn't going to be a cakewalk if that's true. Emma did say she'd talk to him for us, though. Here's hoping that went well. In any case, it sounds like he's going to keep us on our toes. That's why I know you're ready. That's why I know you're ready. Why I know I can leave Trucy in the office to you. I believe in you, Apollo. Mr. Wright is putting his faith in me. I can't let him down now. Handsome man. I love him all so much. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. There he goes again. It's almost like he's chanting a prayer. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine. If you say so, Apollo. Trial will start momentarily. Is the defense ready? Yes, we're fine. I'm Cords of Steel. Trucy's fate and the fate of the agency rest on this trial. This is it, Justice. If ever there was a time to shine, it's now. I don't know what voice I'm going to give. I think I'm just going to do sultry, low voice for the prosecutor. Court is now in session for the trial of Trucy Wright.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
And the prosecution? Prosecutor Sadmati? 1,000 pardons. It was rude of me to keep you waiting. I was praying for the victim. Oh, praying. Yes, I see. You're a Kurayanist monk, correct, prosecutor? Yes, that is correct. I am but a lowly monk from the kingdom of Kurayan. I beg in advance for the forgiveness and kind patience of everyone here in this court. I am unfamiliar with the proceedings of this country and may make many blunders.
It seems like such a gentle-mannered soul, doesn't he? I wonder if Emma had a chance to talk with him about Trucy.
Now then, Prosecutor Sadmati, your opening statement if you would. Certainly. In the name of the Holy Mother, I vow to guide the victim's soul to a land of eternal peace known as the Twilight Realm. Now, let the last rites of the victim begin.
Nayuda Sadmati. He's really been making a name for himself, apparently, but that nickname, Last Rites Prosecutor, I wonder how that will come into play today.
The incident took place in the middle of a spectacular magic show. The accused performed a magic trick in which he thrust a sword into a coffin. A coffin from which the body of the victim then spilled out, dead from a fatal stabbing. The victim's name was Man of Mystery, otherwise known as the Great Mr. Roos. His blood was found on the sword that was used during the magic trick. Autopsy report. Man of Mystery.
Man of Mystery?
Welcome back, Carly. Yeah, for a second I was like, who the fuck is this man? Oh yeah, this is the prosecutor. Nayuda Sadmati.
Man of Mystery.
I hate. So his death was just an unfortunate accident. It is only natural for one to assume as such, Your Honor. However, it was no mere accident, but rather a homicide. The prosecution's position is thus, that this was a murder made to look like an accident. I see, and you believe this crime was committed by the defendant? After a thorough consideration of all possible scenarios, I, unfortunately, had no other choice but to conclude as much. So that's how it's going to be, huh?
I guess Emma couldn't convince him after all.
Very well, and now let us hear from the defense.
Naturally, we maintain that the defendant is innocent, Your Honor.
If the defense wouldn't mind, could you please explain your reasoning?
My reasoning? Well, I would have to say that my main reason is because I believe in the defendant.
I see. So you find it difficult to come up with anything more concrete than that, do you? What a fine demonstration of the fact that you are indeed a lawyer of putrid mind.
Putrid mind?
Prosecutor Sadmati!
Excuse me, but I don't...
Satorai mao mandomo samashi de tashi no ketare gase yo soroka!
If you don't mind my asking, prosecutor, what was that you were just chanting? Did he just curse us all? A sutra of the Holy Mother that guides those of tainted soul toward enlightenment. It is a Kurayanist incantation to awaken the foolish from their fruitless slumber. Fitting for a lawyer who indulges in such fancy as the innocence of the accused. I see. So basically you're asking the defense to get real. Allow me these few words, defense. It is my duty as a monk to punish sinners and to guide victims' souls to the Twilight Realm. Is that your job as a monk? Is that in the job description? Should you show repentance and admit to the accused's guilt now, no harm will come to you. But, should you interfere with my sacred last rites for the victim, then I shall cast you down into the pit of hell along with Trucy Wright. Now, wait just 1 minute here. 25, okay. Putrid pit of hell? Is that any way to address someone in a court of law? Prosecutor Sadmati, that may be the way you conduct trials in Kurayan. But I would appreciate it if you would refrain from such charged language here. Your Honor, that was but a Kurayanist sermon for those who have strayed from the path. Harsh words are often necessary to admonish contemptible deviants who cannot see reason. Just take the L and chill. Oh, I see. I didn't realize. I guess they really do hate defense attorneys in Kurayan, huh? Even still, that was way, way over the top as far as verbal abuse goes. And the trial's only just begun. Well, defense, I suppose the way a prosecutor does things varies by country. Why don't we look at this as a cross-cultural exchange and try to be open-minded about it? What? Bailiff, please bring in the first witness. Emma is stressed. Uh-oh. I thought she'd said goodbye to the Snackoos. Detective Skye, the courtroom is no place for gorging yourself. What's wrong with having a little snack? Girls gotta eat, right? She, seems a little stressed out. Detective Skye, your testimony, please. Yeah, about that. I just want to state for the record that I believe Trucy Wright is innocent. I'm sorry? Detective Skye, this path you seek to follow is misguided. Giving the wrongdoer false hope will only deepen her despair in the end. But let it go and move on. Acts which go against your duty will earn you divine punishment from the Holy Mother. Emma, it's gonna be fine. Oh, honey. Looks so sad. Fine. I don't know about the divine part, but I get the punishment bit loud and clear. I guess Emma just gotta sign tons of paperwork or something for sticking up for Trucy. She and Prosecutor Sadmati don't seem to get along very well, do they? Shall we continue? The prosecution contends that the accused had a clear motive. The evidence, if you would, Detective Skye. All right. Please take a look at this poster. It's a Troop Grammary poster from 13 years ago. Is it just me, or is it a little different from the one in Miss Wright's dressing room? Yeah, it has a big cancelled on it. This is a revised version of that poster. This one says cancelled under Mr. Roos. That's right. Mr. Roos left the troop after the first version of the poster was printed. Take a look at Mr. Roos's right forearm near his elbow. See the big scar there? He apparently got that when he made a mistake while practicing a magic trick. Ouch, that's quite a scar. Because of the accused, Magnifique Grammary concluded Mr. Roos was... Because of the accident, Magnifique Grammary concluded Mr. Roos was too unskilled. Just before the show was to open, Magnifique announced Mr. Roos wouldn't be appearing. But in defiance of Magnifique's decision, Mr. Roos tried to go on stage anyway. This, in turn, caused Magnifique to oust Mr. Roos from the troupe on the spot. He kicked Mr. Roos out. Mr. Roos out? That seems rather extreme. Did he really have to go that far? When it came to magic, Troop Grammary was so passionate, or should I say extreme, about it, that it caused problems for them from time to time. Yes, they even caused this court a mountain of trouble with their extreme antics. And now the troop's successor has committed a murder. Seems the troop's rare talent was inherited by the right person after all. A putrid talent for criminality. Everybody's like, well, we're gonna... You sound rather extreme yourself, prosecutor. Criminals with impure souls do not deserve sympathy, Your Honor.
As I was saying, after his expulsion, Mr. Roos apparently went on to hold a grudge against the troop.
He would tell those close to him, I will get my revenge on Troop Gameri someday.
Revenge, huh? That certainly sounds antagonistic.
13-year-old poster updated. And then his chance for revenge finally came. If you would be so kind, Detective Sky.
I guess I don't have a choice, do I?
Emma. Defendant's motive.
The victim planned to get his revenge on Troop Gameri during Trucy's magic show. Mr. Roos was going to first steal the Gameri notebook from the defendant. He then intended to reveal the secrets behind their magic tricks during the show. That was the victim's plan for revenge, and while he did in fact steal the notebook, the defendant murdered him before he had a chance to reveal the secrets.
Oh, my hand is freezing cold. By the time the accused had discovered the notebook's theft, it was too late. Her only option was to kill Mr. Roos and make it look like an accident.
Objection!
But that's nothing but conjecture. The victim's assistant, Bonnie DeFam, gave a police report. She testified that just before the start of the show, Mr. Roos said, I'm going to reveal all of Troop Gameri's secrets on stage today.
What? Well, that isn't exactly a great starting point for a rebuttal, is it?
You're telling me. Allow me to give you one piece of advice, defense. Oh, and what's that? Let it go and move on.
Excuse me?
Helping a sinner will only sully your own soul. One possessed of an unclean soul will burn in the flames of hell, and then be ever burdened with that sin in their next life.
But I don't believe in that sort of thing. Besides, I have no intention of giving up.
O Holy Mother, grant me the strength to deal with this putrid lawyer. All actions have consequences, and yours will surely earn you the honor of being a mere stink bug at best in your next life.
A stink bug? No then, Mr. Stinkbug. I mean Mr. Justice. Your cross-examination, please.
Good Lord.
Ow.
Okay. The notebook was locked. Okay, but that's not in my evidence.
Hold it!
What evidence do you have that Mr. Roos actually stole the notebook? Well, you see, whenever you're ready, Detective.
Fret not, Detective Sky. You have nothing to repent for. You should be proud of the fine forensic discovery that you made.
Forensic discovery? And what did she discover, specifically?
Detective Sky identified a certain set of fingerprints on the notebook. Upon further inspection, he determined that they belonged to Mr. Roos.
What?
The detective found the fingerprints entirely on her own volition. For that, I must say well done, Detective Sky.
Ugh. Get a little too addicted to using your perilous white powder, did you, Emma?
Now, Detective Sky, I would ask you to explain exactly how Mr. Roos intended to use the notebook to exact his revenge.
Alright, well, first he stole the notebook.
Okay. Thank you for retweeting the stream, Carly. You're the best. I'm going to reveal all of Truth Mary's secrets on stage today. That's what Mr. Roos himself said, right? Right, but he didn't exactly specify which Grammari's secrets he was talking about. But the prosecution thinks he was referring to the secrets behind Truth Grammari's magic. Yes, that is the prosecution's assertion. When the accused realized that Mr. Roos was to reveal her family's most closely guarded secrets, she naturally panicked. So basically, Trucy's notebook was hiding in Mr. Roos's things because he had stolen it himself? I see. Truly a motive only a magician could have. Yeah, that's what the prosecution believes anyway.
Hold it!
I'm sorry, but what exactly is the basis for claiming it was murder? Beats me. What? The basis is beats me? You'll have to ask Prosecutor Sadmati over there because he hasn't told me his reasoning either. Detective Sky, your feeding of information to the defense has not gone unnoticed by my eyes. The bad karma of acts which go against your duty will impinge upon you in your next life. But even before that, it may impinge upon your job in the form of a transfer. Please don't get me kicked out of the forensics unit. Anything but that. Poor Emma. She's really been risking everything for us. Well, Prosecutor Sadmati, what are your grounds for claiming homicide? It was the luminous tape in the understage passage. I realized that it had been moved. Moved so that Mr. Roos would climb up into the downstage coffin by mistake. What? Mr. Roos, who was waiting in the understage passage, was supposed to have used the upstage ladder, shown here on the left. He was to climb up into the coffin that had been set in the backstage area. After being turned into a stuffed dragon during Act 1, Mr. Roos was supposed to come back to life and emerge from that coffin, but the luminous tape had been moved to mark the downstage ladder. So the victim climbed up into the coffin on the stage itself by mistake, the very same coffin the accused thrust her sword into. You have proof that it was my client who moved the tape? But of course, Detective Sky. Oh, that's right! I identified the defendant's fingerprints on the luminous tape. You what? He actually had proof? Well, defense, are you finally ready to let it all go and move on? Absolutely not. Detective, please add that information about the prints on the tape to your testimony. Okay. The defendant's prints were on the tape. I guess she must have moved it during the show.
Objection!
Oh no. Okay, not that. Yeah. I fucked up. I get it. Ah, fuck. Didn't mean to do that. Alright. The stage diagram. No. The poster. The show script. The notebook. Crime photo. Prints on the coffin lid, prints on the side panels, prints on the top panel, unknown. Trucy wore gloves!
Objection!
Trucy wore gloves. I'm sorry, Detective Sky, but there's a flaw in your testimony. Oh, really? The prosecution is claiming that Miss Wright moved the understage tape during the show in order to guide the victim into the coffin downstage. But it doesn't make sense that she would leave prints on the tape at the time. It doesn't? Please consider the fingerprinting results of the main coffin, which shows that not one of my client's fingerprints were found on or in it. That's true. We didn't find any of her prints on that coffin. I think you've realized what the flaw in your testimony is. Claiming Miss Wright left prints on the tape during the show is inconsistent with the facts. Because she was wearing gloves during the show. Oh! She must have left the prints sometime before the show started. In other words, her prints do not prove she moved the tape to mislead the victim. The prosecution's investigation was insufficient. Oh my! But on a personal level, I'm very happy about that. Well, Prosecutor Sadmati, if the defense's argument is true, then you have no evidence the defendant moved the tape to deceive the victim. I see. Apparently the defense is more intelligent than I had thought. More than a stink bug, at any rate. Come on, you can bump me up to at least a stag beetle now, can't you? Follow. Would that really be any better? Of course, way better. Stag beetles are cool with those huge mandibles of theirs. People keep stag beetles as pets. If the defense wishes to be promoted to a stag beetle, then answer me this question. Alright, shoot. Even with no evidence that the accused moved the tape to misguide the victim still climbed the ladder using the tape as a guide. And entered the coffin on the stage. The accused then thrust her sword into said coffin with the victim in it. The sword was rubber. So what you're saying is, the fact remains that the victim was stabbed to death, right? Precisely. However, this does drastically change one aspect of this case. The accused did not lead the victim into the coffin on purpose. Then it means the victim's death could have been accidental. If it was indeed an accident, the defense can argue that it was involuntary manslaughter. I see. If it was involuntary manslaughter, they could plead extenuating circumstances, and the severity of the crime could be mitigated. The defense, if you believe the accused did not murder the victim, then do you argue that it was an accident? This is it, the all-important question. The defense argues that Mr. Roos's death was murder. The defense maintains that the defendant is entirely innocent. We believe that it wasn't an accident, but murder. And what's more, we believe it was committed by a third party. A third party? As in the true culprit is someone else? That is quite a brazen claim to make, and wholly without grounds. Your voice is as loud as your suit, and your mind echoes just as loudly in emptiness. Surely you were but a loud red pepper in your previous life. I've been demoted to a vegetable? Wow, I didn't know a person could be reincarnated as a non-sentient plant. In any case, I do have grounds to make this claim. Let us hear this reasoning of yours, then. Alright, but before I give it, there is one question we need to address. If the victim was killed by some third party, then the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin wasn't the cause of death. If that's the case, then how do we wind up with a dead body inside the coffin? Very good question. Now let's hear your opinion, Mr. Justice. How did the victim's body wind up inside the coffin? Oh god, ow. Scratched a pimple. He couldn't have been killed in the coffin because Trucy was in the coffin just like moments before. That's because she went into it and then went under the stage. It was not magic. So it must have been he was killed under stage. What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into the coffin? In other words, what if the victim was already dead in the coffin from the get-go? Oh, I see. In that case, the defendant's sword wouldn't have been the cause of death. How do you respond, Prosecutor Sadbadi? That is the third time. The third time of what? What the heck is this?
さとら今をまどもさましでたし抜けたれがせよそろか
I wonder if these are actual words. Ah! What the fuck? What do you think you're doing? Even the merciful Holy Mother loses patience. She is struck 3 times. Since you never learn, you need to be punished. Why didn't you let me worry about what I need and don't need? It is what you deserve for interfering with my sacred last rites for the victim. You are a brainless lawyer chasing phantoms. You know nothing. Let this humble servant of the Holy Mother give you an edifying sermon. A sermon? Now? There is a passage in the sacred scriptures of Qur'anism. Wow, I can't wait till we take this little binge down. Seriously. I'm getting fed up with him. Cornered frog will swallow even a stink. Huh? Cornered lawyer has unexpectedly struck back hard against the prosecution. Did I get it right? No, for I am not done with my sermon. And yet the frog still dies, its belly bitten and torn from within. Just great. And in that case, you are that frog, defense. Yeah, I got it. What exactly is your point, anyway? Let us assume for a moment that the victim was killed under the stage. Who, then, had the opportunity to do so during the show? Let's see. The people in the show were... Bonnie DeFam, the victim Mr. Roos, and Trucy Wright. Bonnie DeFam was on stage throughout the entire show, as easily confirmed by the footage from the show. Why am I like... feels like I'm drooling. I'm not. But I'm having just a weird sensation in the corner of my mouth. That's extremely unpleasant. What the hell? Which leaves us with only one suspect, Trucy Wright. Now you see. The accused killed Mr. Roos as he waited on standby in the understage passage, and then placed his dead body in the coffin above, thus making the murder look like an accident. O great and merciful Holy Mother, thus another putrid mind has been guided toward enlightenment. I can't believe I swallowed his trick question whole. Ugh, Emma looks fabulous. I love her. Sorry, but I have to raise an objection here. Athena, what are you... There's something I want to point out, Apollo. And who might you be? You strike me as a mere child in countenance. I may be young, but I have an attorney's badge just the same. And you would contribute to this discussion in that capacity. Hope I'm not allergic to something? I hope so. I don't know what's happening. I most certainly would. I don't know what it would be. Haven't had anything new today. You just argued that the defendant killed the victim under the stage. But let me remind you that Miss Wright is a girl. Clearly. Surely you didn't raise an objection simply to point out such an obvious fact. Your Honor, please send for this little child's guardian to come take her home. Shut the fuck up. I'm not done with my sermon. You don't need to talk like Prosecutor Sadmadi, you know. Listen, if the victim was killed in the understage passage,
then his body would have to be hauled up to the stage, right? However, Miss Wright is a young girl, and a pretty petite one at that. She couldn't possibly have hefted that large body up and put it in the coffin.
That's true. It does seem like it would be a rather difficult task for the defendant. I don't think even I could do it.
What do you think of that, prosecutor? Who's the child now?
In my religion, the priestesses of Koreanism are revered as the pillars of our beliefs. So I naturally hold nothing but deep respect for women. I also think highly of the female perspective.
Says the man who called this fair maiden a little child.
Who's a fair maiden? Apollo. Oh god, I have the hiccups. I agree that your point is worth discussing, defense. Now, how, indeed, was the dead body raised up into the coffin? By the accused, Trucy Wright, that is.
You're committed to pointing the finger at her no matter what, huh?
Polly, you're gonna have to take a backseat on this one. Yeah.
Then you explain how that even be possible.
But of course. There was a way for even a small creature like her to raise the victim's body up. It's going to talk about these things.
Huh? Wait, you really can explain it?
I foresaw that our arguments would come to this, so I have prepared a witness. Well, I admire your readiness, prosecutor. It is really not that difficult when one can read the ultimate outcome of any trial.
He couldn't have really predicted that things would turn out like this, could he?
It's pretty hard to believe.
Excuse me, but may I step down now?
Yes, I suppose you may. One moment, Detective Skye.
I'm sorry for, the way I handled all this.
You did a fine job, Detective. Your testimony was invaluable.
It was?
Yes, you served me well as a detective, and did not allow your personal feelings to interfere. You overcame the conflicted emotions you felt and performed your duty admirably. You will be rewarded for your fine work.
Oh, thank you.
I hope we can work together again in the future. Emma seems bewildered by the unexpected praise.
I guess he's a pretty nice person, like they say, as long as you're not up against him.
Now then, let us call the next witness. There she is, the bitch. Why do we have to do that? Witness, please state your name and occupation. It is still Women's History Month. It is. Apollo, let the women speak.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the court. It's very nice to meet all of you. I'm a logomorphing illusionist from the land of fairy tales, Bonnie de Femme. I can't wait to do some magic tricks for all of you.
Please, witness. There is a time and place for all things, including magic.
Oh, but it would be okay if I just do a little magic, right? Come on, please. Look, everybody is waiting. Now's my chance to shine.
That is your second time.
My second time doing what?
There will be no further warnings. You should know that from our preparatory meeting, correct?
Eep.
Is no one exempt from His Holiness's rosary of suffering? May we have your testimony, witness, once you've recovered from your disappointment?
Well, as a huge fan of Trucy's, I don't really want to testify against her, but I guess I have to, don't I?
Uh-huh. Now you just said women's rights, men's wrongs. As a huge fan of Trucy's, huh?
I hate her. I loathe her. I can't stand that Trucy Wright. Just because she's a good at magic.
I want to say good little magician. That's not what she's saying.
Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. So this is exactly what that sniveling brat deserves.
Sure, you're a real fan, all right. Of destroying Trucy, you mean? She was talking to... Oh god, you missed that conversation. It was one of the grossest things I've ever had to listen to. She was talking to that TV producer guy, and he kept being like, "Oh, you cutie baby. You're so cute. Oh my god." And she's being deranged. I hate him. It was so gross to listen to.
I really can't believe that Trucy killed Mr. Roos. I guess it's possible for a small girl to lift a dead body up if she used a stage lift.
Yeah.
Is it possible? Could Trucy really have... If Trucy did use a stage lift, I think she must have used stage lift number 2. It was on stage for the entire show, by the way.
Oh, yeah, just throw that in at the end. You were on stage the whole time? And you're sure about that? There is no question. The entire audience could testify to that fact. What's more, she is shown clearly in the TV footage as well.
I couldn't have possibly killed Mr. Roos, not little old me.
Therefore, the only person who could have killed the victim under stage is the accused. Furthermore, by using a stage lift, even a petite young lady could have raised the body up to the stage without difficulty. You've got to be kidding me. Very well, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. Minnie Mouse is freaking out about something. You know who else is a little young woman? What is that face? That emote. I don't. The problem is, I can't present this because it doesn't say, like, it's impossible to lift. Like, from as one person.
Hold it!
His dream mascot is Burb. Is that one's cute. I like that one. The first one's a little scary. You said you're a huge fan of Trucy's, isn't that right?
Oh yes, I became a magician because I wanted to be just like her. The first time I saw her, she was performing at the Wonder Bar. She was only in junior high back then, but she got on stage with tons of confidence. And then she proceeded to win my heart with her astonishing trick and winning smile.
She certainly sounds like she means all of that. So, finally being able to perform with her must have been quite a treat for you, right?
Oh yes, after all, it was my chance to have her see me. Not just as a fan, but as a fellow magician. But then that horrible accident happened.
It was not an accident. It was murder. Witness, please explain, if you would, how a small young woman such as Trucy Wright could have raised the body.
Hold it!
What makes you think it would be possible? It's not like you tried it out yourself, right?
Well,
Actually, we did try it out for ourselves. You did? Detective Sky, if you would.
Oh! So that's why you made me do that.
Detective Sky, what did he have you do?
The prosecutor asked me to try raising one of the male police officers with the stage lift, without a single word of explanation as to why he was making me do it.
You're kidding.
It's as if he really can foresee all of our counter-arguments.
Everybody stretch. Do not underestimate this humble servant of the Holy Mother. More like haughty.
I guess that means Trucy could have lifted the dead body up. Does that mean... Is it possible? Could Trucy really have...
Is what possible? Could Trucy really have what, Mr. Pham? Please finish your sentence.
Well, I...
Don't try to beat around the bush. Come right out and say it. Why not tell this court what you really believe?
What I really believe? Of course I don't believe Trucy could ever commit murder. Such an amazing and wonderful magician could never do such a thing. But taking all the facts into account, what else can I think?
I know of at least 3 other unflattering things you really think about Trucy. How can you attack this girl when she is obviously speaking with reserve? There is such a thing as reading between the lines, Mr. Justice. It's sad how the youth of today lack the ability to do such a basic thing. Don't glare at me. Looking at me like that isn't going to help me stick my foot in my mouth less, Your Honor. Witness, please describe what the accused might have used to lift the dead body.
All right.
I think her voice is changing literally every single time I do it. I can't nail it down for some reason. Stage lift number 2? Excuse me. You mean the stage lift that was shown here on the left?
That's right. With the stage lift, I think even a small girl could easily lift a dead body up to the stage.
And so that makes her the murderer, in your opinion?
Of course not. I believe in Trucy. Like I said, I'm a huge fan of hers.
Oh, brother. How long is she going to keep this act up? Defense, what position was stage lift number 2 in after the show? Let's see. If I recall, it was in the fully raised position.
She told us that they left it like that because they weren't going to use it.
And the reason why it was fully raised is because of the accused using it to lift the victim's body. Wouldn't you agree? No, I would not agree. Feel free to slowly mull it over while you roast over the flames of hell, you evil red pepper. So now I'm also evil?
I was on stage for the entire show, by the way.
You didn't have a single spare moment to slip down into the understage passage?
Huh? Don't tell me you suspect me now.
Just trying to do my job by fully examining your alibi. Depending on how solid it is, I might have to suspect you. Yes.
Is she actually on stage the whole time? I mean, we're not seeing her there. Oh. Because of the teleportation trick.
Okay.
You've got to be kidding me. Don't spit on my head and tell me it's raining, lawyer boy. I'm right there in the footage, or are you too much of an idiot to see?
Huh? Mr. Pham, are you feeling all right? You seem suddenly different.
Oh, oops. Where did that come from, right? Oh my, I seem to have snapped there for a second, didn't I? Tee.
You didn't just snap, you broke character just now.
In any case, I was on stage the whole time performing magic. I mean, you saw me in the footage, right? My dazzling and flawless performance.
Flawless? That's odd, considering what you told me. You said that you'd made a mistake with where you'd positioned Mr. Hat. Mr. Pham, to what is the defense referring?
Well, I made a little mistake on stage. I was in charge of operating Mr. Hat, you see. According to the script, I was supposed to place him to the left of the coffin. But I flipped it up and made him stand to the right of the coffin instead.
And because of that mistake, Trucy had to move the stage lifts around.
I feel really bad about messing Trucy up like that with my goof. Tee.
Darn it. I don't see any inconsistencies in her testimony.
Now, do you see who the real killer is? Come on, Gramps, don't just sit there. Hand down your ruling pronto. Do it quick before you keel over keel over up there.
I beg your pardon?
Oops. Oh, what's gotten into me? I'm so sorry.
I give her another 5 minutes before she tears off that mask. Well, Defense, are you ready to let it all go now? No, of course not. I'll never give up. I see. I suppose this too is fate. The sacred scriptures of Kuraianism describe a variety of hells for the damned. For someone like you, who struggles ceaselessly against his fate. Papal Bolghig seems most appropriate. I don't. People boil? What? Oh wait, that's Kuraianese. What sort of terrible place is Papal Bolghig? Bowling? I don't know. Excuse me. A place where the more one struggles, the further one falls into the abyss. In the abyss. The bottom of the abyss, a ferocious beast awaits. Think of it as something akin to an antlion sandpit trap. Oh, there's one of those in my backyard.
Wow, Kuraianist hell is closer to home than I thought.
Now then, it would appear that the witness's testimony supports the prosecution's claims that the defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim under stage. How are we supposed to get out of this jam?
Hey, Apollo. If you can't find any contradictions, maybe it's time to use analytical psychology.
You mean,
I heard some discord in Bonnie's voice while she was testifying. See, Widget is picking up on the noise in her heart, too.
That's not the right voice for Athena. That's right. Athena can hear things others can't with her super sensitive hearing. She can hear the emotions people suppress as a kind of noise or discord in their voices. Alright, Athena, let's give it a try.
You got it.
Hold it!
Your Honor, I'm afraid that our witness, Miss DeFam, is suffering under terrible traumatic stress due to this horrible incident.
She is?
Yes, what with that terrible death on stage, and her beloved Trucy getting arrested, she's under awful strain and shock. In fact, I don't know how much more she can take before she's unfit to testify.
What? Oh, I've heard of that. What is it called? Postal stress disorder, right? It's where a person becomes uncontrollably angry, I think. I read about it somewhere. Going postal, you mean?
That's going postal, Your Honor. This is PTSD.
Oh my. So that's why the witness acts so hostile at times. It's as if she were a different person.
Yes, and I think her condition is clouding her memory of the incident. Therefore, I suggest a short therapy session for the witness. Therapy? You don't know the first thing about a magician's mental strength. I've risked my life jumping through rings of fire and having my body sawn in half. Oopsie. Boy, I have to watch my temper, don't I? Tee.
Oh my god. Miss Sykes, please do whatever you can to help this unfortunate young lady. And what exactly is this child planning to do, Mr. Justice? With her super-sensitive hearing, Miss Sykes can hear a witness's true emotions. Simply from tone and inflection, she can tell exactly what a person is feeling. Can you imagine somebody saying this in a real court of law? Like, completely serious? I just had a moment of, like, thinking about this in real life.
I can even pick out feelings that a witness is trying to suppress or hide. Which it projects the emotions I hear into the mood matrix where I can analyze them.
Sounds like some sort of spurious devilry, though I find it hard to believe, I must ask. How do emotions constitute evidence? Well, I won't say that emotions can be taken as evidence per se. I have seen how instrumental Miss Sykes' work has been in cracking a case. Therefore, I wholly support giving it a try. I see. If you are in favor of it, Your Honor, then I have no objections. Even this mere monk can see that sometimes something disturbs the witness.
I'll disturb you. Oh, thank you for understanding, Prosecutor Sadmati.
Apollo, you remember how to conduct a therapy session, right? You want me to lead the session? Of course. You're the lead on this case, after all. Fair enough, but no, we don't need a refresher. Thank you so much. I think I still remember from the last time, so let's get right into it. Okie dokie. You ready, Widget?
Let's do this.
I love Widget. She's so cute. Okay. Crazy bunny girl. Guess Trucy is the one who killed Mr. Roos. Even she could move the body with that lift. Wow, look at the face she has Trucy making. I was on stage at the time. But that terrible mistake, my stupid flub, caused Trucy so much trouble. I feel so bad about it. Okay.
Got it!
Easy mode. I have to say, Mr. Fam, you certainly are a strange one. Even though you said I feel so bad about it, it seems you were feeling happy about it. I can guess why you were feeling happy. It must be because you messed Trucy up. I think you were happy because you messed the defendant up. I'm right, aren't I? You gotta be kidding me. Why would I be happy I messed Trucy up? I'm a big fan of hers. Because we saw you. I hate her. I loathe her. I can't stand that Trucy right. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. Though this is exactly what that sniveling brat deserves. We saw how you said you hated Trucy right. How you were glad she was in trouble. And how it was... And even how it was what she deserved. Ouch. Looks like I hit the bunny on the head, so to speak. Apollo, the noise level dropped. Now if we could get it down to 0. Well, Mr. Fam, are you ready to confess how you really feel? What? What do you mean? I'm Bonnie, the sweet, cute little bunny. I'm a rookie magician working hard to be just like my idol Trucy. That's the character I'm supposed to be.
Objection!
Keep that up, Mr. Fam, and you're going to have a mental breakdown. Just let yourself be who you really are. Who I really am. The two sides of you are fighting each other, doing you psychic harm. I can hear them. Two distinct voices battling inside you. Shut your pie hole, you know nothing, know-it-all. And you mustn't say things like that or I might get flustered. Mr. Fam, how long do you insist on maintaining this wolf in sheep's clothing act? We can't end this therapy session until you get real with us. Set the wild beast inside you free. Ouch. Anytime you try to eat ice cream at your desk, fig is all over you. Oh no! You gotta share. How could you not share? Don't make me laugh. You don't know a dang thing about me. You want to see who I really am? Fine, take a good look. Oh. Oh. What in the world? Sheep's clothing? You've got it all wrong. It's a rabbit suit I've got on. And I'm not a wolf. I'm a blood-sucking vampire. A bat with fangs and wings. I think we just opened Pandora's box. I'm finally done with the goody two-shoes cottontail act. I feel free as a bat. Defense! Your therapy session has taken a turn for the worse from the looks of it. There's a perfectly good explanation for this. Isn't there, Miss Sykes? He thinks I created a monster.
We blew it. Hey, you lobster boy.
Who, me?
You think I'm glad Trucy's in trouble? That I think she's just getting her just desserts? Well, guess what? You're right.
Does this mean you admit to wishing the defendant harm?
Well, the bat is out of the bag now. Hehehe. That mistake of mine was a work of art. Thanks to my goof, poor little Trucy had to do all that hard physical labor.
Then, when you say hard physical labor, what are you referring to?
Because of Mr. Hat's new position, Trucy had to move both those huge stage lifts.
Trucy didn't tell anyone about that. How the fuck do you know?
It must have been so heavy. What a riot. Hehehe.
That's strange. Dana, could you please add that last statement to Bonnie's testimony? All right, I'll update the mood matrix with new information. Hey, Apollo. Now there's a new inconsistency in the testimony. Yeah, she finally slipped up. So what do I need to do now? Well, from this point onward, you just do what you do best. Find the contradiction to the testimony and present evidence to refute it. All right, I've got you now, Bonnie DeFam. Yeah. Guess Trucy's the one who killed Mr. Roos. No, not Otto. Here we go. You know what serves her right? She ended up having... Yep. She told no one. That doesn't make sense.
What? So you think I'm crazy now?
No, that's not the point I was trying to make.
But I don't hear you denying it.
Miss DeFam, allow me to repeat your statement. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts.
That's right. And I still say that's just what she did.
But how did you know? How did you know Miss Wright moved the stage lifts?
Huh?
According to her own statement, she didn't tell anyone that she had done so.
What?
So how could you possibly have known that she had done, unless you saw her? You saw Miss Wright moving the lifts in the understage passage, didn't you? How? I don't understand. But you were on stage. Do you have a twin sister? Is this another Eeny Minnie / Iris and Dahlia?
You did it, Apollo. Noise levels are at 0%.
But Mr. Justice, wouldn't that mean? Yes, Your Honor. Miss DeFam herself was under the stage where the victim was killed. And I hardly need to tell the court what that means. You are one artful liar, Miss DeFam, and one spectacular suspect. Paolo, don't get too victorious. We have a lot of shit we still need to figure out.
Why, you shiny red lobster boy. You're saying I killed Mr. Roos?
I'm saying that it's a possibility. Oh. What's more, I say you had a solid motive to frame my client for the murder as well.
Objection.
My apologies for raining on the defense's merry revelry. But you seem to have forgotten one very important point. Oh, really? Apollo. Dude, the TV footage. As you can clearly see, Miss DeFam was on the stage the whole time. The entire audience can bear witness to that fact, including you. Oh, yeah. You have just taken a long and senseless journey, only to return to the starting line. The witness could not have been in the understage passage, which means the only one left who could have killed the victim is the accused. Guess the party's over. But Miss DeFam knew something. Miss DeFemme knew something she couldn't have known unless she was under the stage. How do you explain that, Prosecutor Sadmati? It's quite simple. The accused must have told Miss DeFemme about it, then forgot. Where's the stage crew in all this? I don't think there is one helping them because gotta keep the magic secret. That's my guess, at least. Open those useless eyes of yours and take a good look at the footage. If Miss DeFemme really was in the understage passage, it would mean she was on stage and understage at the same time. You mean she was in two places at once? That does seem to be the only explanation that makes any sense. It may be an explanation, but I'm not so sure about the make sense part. Then we'll just have to make it make sense. Your Honor, the witness was both on stage and understage at the same time. That is the defense's assertion. I've heard some illogical things come out of you before, but this is absurd. I'm sure you'll change your tune once you hear my reasoning, Your Honor. My gut tells me you're bluffing, but I'll bite. Very well, Mr. Justice. How do you explain how the witness was in two places at once? She teleported. There were two Bonnies. There were two Bonnies, Your Honor. If that were the case, it would all make sense, wouldn't it? There were two of them? I suspected you had a few screws loose, but now I see that some are missing altogether. Is there a toolkit in this courtroom, Your Honor? I suppose 3 screws to the head should righten his putrid brain. Shut up. Don't you say things about my Apollo. No, wait, please listen to my argument. Very well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to at least give it a listen. As was argued earlier, Miss DeFemme is shown in the footage the whole time, but at the same time, she was also watching Miss Wright in the understage passage. The only possible explanation is that there are two Bonnies. That almost sounds like it makes sense. What do you think, Prosecutor Sadmati? This humble servant of the Holy Mother is of the opinion that we should lose no time in replacing the defense's many law screws. Every time he does this, I think about that professor guy in the last game. I get scared he's gonna... I hate that. I hate him. Hated looking at him. Every second of looking at him. But, Apollo, it goes against reality itself to say that one person is actually two. We don't have to be bound by reality. After all, we're talking about magic here. So, if the Bonnie DeFemme in the footage is the real Bonnie, then the body here in the witness stand, the one who must have been understage, this Bonnie DeFemme is our second Bonnie. She is? Say we call the one in front of us Bonnie number 2. I believe I have just the piece of evidence to prove that a Bonnie number 2 exists. Oh, then please submit your evidence, Mr. Justice. What, Bonnie's script. The fire truck was canceled. Okay. Oh, unknown set of prints.
Take that!
What's this? During our investigation, we found a set of unknown prints on the coffin and the stage. These prints were most likely left during the course of the show. But they didn't match the prints of any of the people involved in this case. An unknown third party's fingerprints. I was not told of this. Emma must have kept it from him. So the question is, who could these prints possibly belong to? Miss DeFemme, or should I say, Bonnie number 2. These are your fingerprints, aren't they? Enough of this foolishness. One person could not possibly be 2. Those fingerprints could have been left not only during the show, but at any time.
Objection!
It's not like you to lose your cool like that, Prosecutor Sadmati. And I'm sure you know that. Or I'm sure you know that exactly when the fingerprints were made is not the main issue. What do you mean by that, Mr. Justice? The issue is, who do these unknown prints belong to? They're certainly not Bonnie DeFam's. But what if they belong to the person standing right in front of us? Oh, you mean body number 2 is the second Bonnie? Is that what you're implying? Yeah, Judge. It's preposterous to suggest that those prints belong to the witness. I say they must belong to some other unknown individual. Well, we can fucking check. Emma's here. Prosecutor Sadmati, can you really look at her and still say that?
What are you looking at? Take a picture, it'll last longer.
How could this be? If we check her prints, I'm sure they'll match the unknown set. Well, Bonnie, the prints that don't belong to the real you belong to you, don't they, Bonnie number 2? Witness, is what the defense has said true?
Fine, I admit it. The fingerprints are mine.
Then does that mean you aren't Bonnie DeFam? What ridiculous. Are there really 2 Bonnies?
Nope, there's only one Bonnie. That's because I'm Betty.
Oh.
Betty DeFam.
What?
Ladies and gentlemen of the court, it's time for a wondrous magic show. Gasp in amazement at this lagomorphing illusionist performs her teleportation magic. Watch closely, it's showtime.
Oh. Oh, God. What an amazing trick. The witness has suddenly split into 2 people.
It's not a trick, no gimmick to it either. We're simply twins.
What? Twins? So that's how the teleportation trick works.
Ever since our debut, I've had to hide or pretend I'm Bonnie. All cute and sweet and goody-goody. I can't tell you how stressful it's been. But I don't have to hide anymore. That's right, our days of sneaking around are finally over.
Their cover is blown, but they actually seem pretty happy about it.
So, which of you is the nice Bonnie DeFam we met in the dressing room? That would be me.
And the sharp-tongued Bonnie we saw with the ratings Raja under stage was... Hey, what were you calling sharp-tongued? It's all starting to make sense now. Okay. So I'm gonna have Bonnie take the stand. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where the logic is here. So, Mr. Justice, this changes the facts of the case rather dramatically, doesn't it? It certainly does. During the show, it was Bonnie who was on stage the whole time. So Bonnie couldn't have committed the crime. But Betty, on the other hand, who was under stage, did have the opportunity. Oh my god. I'm hiccuping, I'm burping. I'm a mess. Well, so we now have 2 suspects.
Wait just a minute there, lobster boy. I didn't do it. That's right, Betty might have a foul mouth, but she'd never kill anybody.
Hey, who's got a foul mouth here?
Oh, well, speak up, huh?
Hold it!
Stop bullying your sister. Please save your sibling squabbling for later. Betty, you must have been in the understage passage during the show. Otherwise, you wouldn't have known about the stage lifts being moved. So, what exactly were you doing down there? Fine, I'll testify. Anything to get you off my back. Prosecutor Sadmati, Betty DeFam is ready to testify. What do you say? Betty, you lied to this humble servant of the Holy Mother. Hey, what else could I do? I couldn't blow our cover and ruin our magic act. Besides, am I gonna go to your twilight hell or whatever for being a liar? You will indeed. However, it won't be after your death. Rather, I shall give you a taste of your punishment on this mortal coil in interrogation hell. Now then, Betty DeFam, please explain to this court what exactly you were doing under the stage. It's true. I had business in the understage passage because of the upcoming trick. It was the fire trick, right? The one Mr. Roos was supposed to do? That's right. It's a very dangerous trick, so I had to make sure that we were prepared for it. It was in the script, and I really wanted to see it, but I couldn't because of the accident. Shut up, you're gonna give it away! Anyway, I was real busy. Yeah, way too busy to have a chance to kill Mr. Roos. Oh my god, this case is really long. Oh my god, this case is really long. Okay. Well, it was certainly different. How's that for a flawless testimony and alibi? Our magic is real. It's not a trick or a gimmick. Oh my, she's floating. Judge. Your Honor. You can see she's being held up from below. You were supposed to pretend you didn't see that. It's a little something called etiquette. But... Excuse me. Can't help it. Whenever I see a contradiction or inconsistency, I just have to point it out. Now then, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Okay. Okay. Make sure the fire bucket is ready. Oh, dust lies the inside of the pail? Yeah. You didn't fucking do shit. I hate to break this to you, Betty, but there's a big flaw in your testimony. As big as the one in that floating trick you did earlier. Oh, harsh words. Well, let me tell you something, forehead boy. No one has ever figured out how we do our teleportation trick. No one except me, you mean? Well, we have even better tricks up our sleeves. Huh? We do? I told you to keep it zipped. Now, don't fight, you two. Mr. Justice, what's this about a flaw in the testimony? The script has this to say about the fire trick. This will be dangerous. Make sure the fire bucket is ready. However, we found the fire bucket lying empty backstage except for a layer of dust. Ouch. You didn't even attempt to get ready for the next trick, did you, Betty? You got me! This would be a very fun dual cosplay to do. Betty DeFam, you will explain yourself. There's nothing to explain. Come on, Betty, we can't hide it any longer. We might as well tell them. Shut up, you can barely take
care of yourself. Don't try and tell me what to do. Well, if neither of you will explain, I guess I'll have to. The reason Betty didn't prepare for the fire trick is because she knew the show wouldn't go on. It's just, hi, Cody. Yeah, their costume is, like, it's very cute. Obviously a bunny costume, but, like, there's just enough differences. Their umbrellas are adorable. It would be cute if you had a friend that you looked similar. You didn't prepare for the fire trick because you knew, didn't you? You knew that the body would be found and that the show would then be canceled. Ow. Don't be ridiculous, you insignificant speck of a man. I'm gonna yank those lame bangs off yours. Is that what you want, huh?
Objection!
Whatever, they can grow back. Now stop stalling and just tell us the truth already.
Apollo, I love you so much.
I can't reveal my secrets, I'm a magician.
Objection!
You could even do wigs with how their hair is. Yeah, there'd be fun wigs to make. You have been chasing the shadow of an illusory culprit, defense. And having chanced upon a convenient target, you have let yourself get carried away.
Exactly, where's your proof, huh?
And yet, I can see that the witness's taste for false words has also been proven. I advise you to confine your deceitful trickery to your magic acts, witness.
Deceitful trickery? As your court-appointed therapist, I'd like to add something here, Betty. You finally let yourself be who you really are. But if you continue to hide behind lies, you'll just be imprisoning your heart all over again. All these questions mean you're trying to put me in prison for real. So I'll be behind bars either way.
Does that mean you're admitting your guilt?
Of course not. I can't believe you people. Every one of you thinks I did something, didn't you? Something I didn't do. You... Lobster boy, cue ball geezer, head case brat, Cerberus monk.
Cue ball geezer is a choice. Cue ball geezer?
Head case brat? Really? Betty, calm down. Come now. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Look, I'm not the murderer, I tell you.
And how did you know the show would be called off before the fire trick?
I told you, we can't reveal our secrets. We're under contract.
Contract? What is she talking about?
Be that as it may, you're obviously a suspect in this case.
Objection!
I'm beginning to see the karmic threads that make up the intricate tapestry that is this case. Huh? Allow me to surmise your assertions, defense. First, that the victim was killed in the understage passage. Second, that the witness and the accused are the only two who could have done it. Exactly. What's more, Betty knew that the body would be found, and that the magic show would be called off. His objection sounds so much like Blackwell's is throwing me off. Does it? I did not notice. Therefore, it's reasonable to conclude that Betty killed the victim understage. What if Betty knew that the show would be called off for some other reason? I have to listen to it the next time he does it. Like what? In the course of my investigation, I found it strange that the dragon set piece fell when it did. Yeah. That, in conjunction with the body tumbling from the coffin in such a dramatic fashion, all seemed too perfect for mere happenstance. Excuse me. It was as though the entire chain of events had been planned out in advance. Planned out? After deciding to take this case, I scrupulously studied everything I could about the mass media in this country. I read the newspaper, old news reports, I even browsed tabloid magazines. How very industrious of you. I'm impressed. Sorry, Cody. During this process, I learned about a strange practice favored by the TV world. A practice called the hidden camera prank. Betty and Bonnie, you knew about this, did you not? About the dead body appearing, the set piece falling, the show being suspended. You two were informed of this plan by Take-Two TV in advance, correct? It's a sleepy Saturday. Is that true?
Betty, please, let's tell them now. I can't hold it in anymore. Dang it. Fine, you got us.
I think the reason that Betty took the stand instead of Bonnie is because Betty probably would have collapsed, or Bonnie would have probably collapsed faster than Betty, and they thought Betty could lie for longer. That's my guess. I know you said that a long time ago, Carly, but no, I'm just thinking about it now.
Everything the prosecutor said is true. A TV station paid us to cooperate with them on this plan. It was all a prank, a big setup planned out in advance. Mr. Roos showing up dead in the coffin. The set piece falling down. It was all completely scripted.
Okay. You scripted a man's murder? It was all a prank? Bonnie, is this really true?
Yes, Mr. Roos was supposed to pretend to be dead. That's how it was supposed to go.
So he was in on it too? So maybe he didn't die until after the set fell. And somebody killed him during that. Like chaos.
That's right. He was supposed to show up dead in the coffin. And then the set piece would fall down. Trucy would be shocked and start to panic. That's how the prank script went.
What?
What the heck kind of prank is that? But we never thought he'd actually wind up dead. Yeah, that was the only thing that was different from the script. Poor Mr. Roos.
Mr. Ruse. I just put that together. And what was his fucking actual name again? Man of Mystery? I'm so completely lost right now. Well, Betty and Bonnie, it certainly sounds like you have some explaining to do. All right. I guess desperate times call for desperate measures. Just this once, we'll share how it was done with you. So listen carefully. You'll never hear this kind of thing anywhere else. It was a little bat. The bat is adorable.
After our teleportation trick, I went down under stage. When Mr. Roos's body appeared from the coffin on stage, it was time for Betty to do her job in the understage passage. That's right, I used the remote control for the winch connected to the dragon set piece and made it fall down. And just before the dragon fell, I called Trucy to the backstage so she wouldn't get hurt. After that, the plan was for Mr. Roos to come back to life in front of a panicked Trucy. He was supposed to laugh and fly up and away. That was how it was scripted anyway. But for some reason, he really did turn up dead, so he just kind of stayed on the ground.
What kind of sick joke is that? It sounds like a terribly mean-spirited prank to me. The poor defendant was trying to do her magic show.
I guess so. I'm sorry, Trucy. Whatever. It was all the ratings Raja's idea anyway.
Yeah, it sounds like he's just the kind of thing a guy like him would come up with.
This is the prank script we got from the ratings Raja.
Corpse appearing and the set falling were staged.
Dang it, you may just break our contract and we won't get paid.
I don't feel like your contract was particularly legal. Trucy's body would appear in the supposedly empty coffin, which would cause a big ruckus. After capturing a bit of Trucy's reaction on film, Mistress would come back to life, laughing and flying up into the air, causing another round of surprise. Okay. But where does this all leave us? Who killed the victim and when? Yes, exactly. Those are the key questions. If Mr. Roos was only pretending to be dead in the coffin as part of the prank, then when he was understage, there would still be life within him. And if that is the case, then Betty, who was also understage, may be excluded from our list of suspects. Witness, was the victim alive up until he entered the coffin?
Oh, well, now that we've spilled the beans, we might as well show you this video.
I'm sorry, what? Greetings, viewers. It is I, the great Mr. Roos. We are currently in the middle of Trucy's escape trick. Having snuck through the understage passage undetected, I'm now hiding backstage, preparing to play a little prank on Trucy. I'm about to hide in the coffin, which Trucy will stab with a rubber sword. And when the coffin opens, I'll be in it, acting as though I've met my maker. Can you imagine the look on Trucy's face then? Oh, I can hardly wait. Wow, you're a dick. He's about to hide in the coffin. Yeah, this is like fucking evil prank. To play on a 19-year-old girl? Vile. It would seem the threads of karmic destiny have led us to the truth. The victim passed through the understage where Betty DeFam was. Oh my god, I can't stop yawning. And came up into the backstage area. We know this because Mr. Roos appeared to be backstage when he shot the video we saw. It appears that way, yes. And defense, you proposed the following, did you not? What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into the coffin? But then, what about this video? This footage was taken just before Mr. Roos entered the coffin. Oh, so does that mean? Yes, it is horrible, but true. The tragedy did indeed play out right there on the stage. Went into the coffin where Mr. Roos was hiding. Trucy Wright thrust her blade.
See? Told you so.
Are you saying the incident was a tragic accident that happened during a prank? It would be an accident if the accused had no knowledge of the prank beforehand. So let us ask the accused herself. Miss Wright, did you have prior knowledge of the prank?
What? I...
Tell him, Trucy. You didn't know anything about it, right?
Of course I didn't. I didn't know a single thing about it.
Objection!
Still think you can play innocent, do you? In that case, you leave me a little choice but to present this piece of evidence. What? Bonnie, get the video camera after Mr. Roos comes tumbling out. Looks like some sort of note.
That's...
I found this note in the dressing room after the incident. At the time, I did not understand what it meant, but all is clear to me now. What's this?
Let's see. It says, get the video camera after Mr. Roos comes tumbling out.
It is a note signed by the accused, instructing Bonnie to collect Mr. Roos's video camera from him, it seems. It's like the exact same signature. I don't know. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. I found it in the dressing room before the show. When I saw it, I realized that Trucy knew about the prank. It does bear her signature. I'll give you that much. So the defendant had prior knowledge of the prank. Would appear so, yes. When she learned about the plan to trick her, she decided to use it to her own advantage. So she thrust the steel sword into the coffin where the victim stood chuckling to himself. Is that not what happened, Miss Wright?
Of course not! And I didn't write or sign that note!
But the handwriting matches yours. All the evidence in the testimony points to you being the culprit.
But I didn't do it! It wasn't me!
Then explain the existence of this note. You can do that, can you? Can you not?
I can't explain it. I didn't write it, so I don't understand. I didn't kill Mr. Roos. You have to believe me.
Poor sweet Trucy. I believe you, Trucy. The silence is deafening. Continue struggling against the threads of your own karma if you wish, accused. Even as you are inescapably caught in the web of fate you've spun for yourself. Miss Wright, it is time to resign yourself to your fate.
No, I didn't do it. I
knew it. That sweet-looking girl, a murderer?
She took all of us in with that act of hers.
I told you, I knew she was a homicidal little witch from the start.
I didn't do it. I really didn't. Why doesn't anybody believe me?
Shut up, you killer. We won't fall for that anymore. This is bad. Your Honor, I suggest we put an end to this tragedy now. Give your official ruling and let us offer the victim's soul the last rites it deserves. Very well. I suppose I have no other choice. This court hereby finds the defendant, Trucy Wright.
Objection!
Good job, Apollo. Thank you. The defense has an objection.
Apollo!
You, even now, you would... I won't give up, and I refuse to let either of them down. Mr. Wright, who's counting on me, and Trucy, who's put all her faith in me. Mr. Justice, the fact that you have raised an objection means that you have evidence with which to refute the prosecution's claims, correct? Yes, of course, Your Honor.
Do we really have anything, Apollo?
Actually, we do. There's one piece of evidence we can present here. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may proceed. As we saw in the show footage, there's no question that the defendant thrust a sword into the coffin. The defense doesn't dispute this point. But let us not forget that this was a magic show filled with tricks and illusions. We can't take everything we see at face value. So you're saying some sleight of hand was somehow involved? Yes, the defense contends that the sword the defendant used was not the cause of death. Now, what was it Trucy told me she did just before she thrust the sword into the coffin? Very well. Let us see your evidence then, Mr. Justice. But remember, you interrupted my verdict to make this claim. You will be severely penalized if I find you are bluffing. Oh, shit. That's fine, Your Honor. This shows that it's possible that the sword Miss Wright used was not the cause of death. Sword stand. The sword stand is the only thing I could think of. The only thing that makes sense.
Take that!
What's this? A sword from the show? That's right, Your Honor. This rubber sword was in the sword stand under stage. During the trick, Miss Wright was supposed to swap the real sword for a rubber sword. Then she told us on record that she remembers very clearly that she did. I see, so the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin was a rubber sword, was it? But then why was a steel sword found lying on the stage? Somebody must have put the steel sword there by swapping it with the rubber one. Just after the incident occurred, the dragon's set piece fell and the theater was evacuated. The real culprit must have used the resulting chaos to swap the rubber sword for the steel one.
Objection!
It does kind of sound like Blackwell, you're right. Do you not know when to give up, Stinkbug? That is not possible. Blood was found in the coffin hole that the sword was thrust into. It must have been left there when the accused withdrew the sword. This is incontrovertible proof that the sword she used was the steel one. But that blood could be the result of someone tampering with the crime scene after the fact. After the set piece fell, the audience was cleared out of the theater. There was plenty of time for somebody to plant that blood there.
Objection!
If the sword the accused used was a rubber one, then when exactly do you propose the victim was killed? Given that Mr. Roos was alive when he entered that coffin.
Objection!
Finding the answer to that question is precisely why we need to continue this trial. Strong stance there, Apollo. Let me express my opinion. By all accounts, it is certainly reasonable to suspect the defendant based on the evidence. But as to the question of whether the sword the defendant used was rubber or steel, I believe further discussion is warranted. I suggest that we hear from the defendant herself on this issue. Very well, Your Honor. Yes, I saved it, somehow. Too close for comfort, but still. Crime photo updated. There are traces of blood in one of the coffin's holes. Let's adjourn for a brief 15-minute recess. I advise the prosecution and defense to use this time to prepare. Okay. Ooh, that was hairy. Tell me about it. We barely made it through by the skin of my teeth. I can't say I'm crazy about that prosecutor Sadmati either. You know, with the way he says, let it go and move on as if it's nothing. Let it go and move on, huh? Well, boy, am I interrupting a secret conclave of villains or something? I hate you. I got your next evil scheme in the works already? Or you got your... What do you want? Keep making that face, champ, and everybody's gonna change the channel. Look this way, Trucy. Now smile for the camera. Let's see those pearly whites. Isn't that what the Grammary Creed tells you to do? How does it feel, Trucy? Everybody online can't stop talking about you. They're calling you a real witch out there. Could this be the end of Troop Grammary? Go away, you creep! Yeah, shut up, bitch. Oh, what's this? Something just charged into frame. Looks like a yellow gorilla or something. Could it be Trucy's pet? Filming's prohibited inside the courthouse. Do you want me to get the bailiff? Huh? Filming? What are you talking about? I don't even have a camera on me. Huh? What happened to the camera? He's gaslighting us. Just disappeared right before our very eyes. I'll be enjoying the rest of the Trucy show from the gallery. I put out a call for Trucy's fans to come and support her earlier, by the way. Bet I'll get some great footage out of them. This is gonna be good. Hang loose, baby. Fucking hate him. What a dirtbag. Called in some of Trucy's fans? But for what purpose? Apollo? That thing Mr. Retinas just did, that was some high-level sleight of hand. Huh? Why would he know how to do something like that? I don't know, but he definitely has some serious magic skills. No way. But I thought he said magicians were all a bunch of good-for-nothings. Yeah, who the fuck is he? Maybe he's actually him. Dad is dead. Dad dies. Case 1 of Apollo Justice. Kristoff fucking beans him over the head. This is Uncle, who we did meet also in Apollo Justice. And this is Mom, who again we meet in Apollo Justice. He's the outlier. But this is an old poster. It's from 13 years ago. So he wouldn't look like exactly like this still. So it could be this bitch easily. He looks like him. Yeah, okay. This looks like him. It's 100% him. And this guy's just an actor that he hired. Or maybe it's his like son. This is definitely... That's definitely it. No way, but I thought he said magicians were all a bunch of good-for-nothings. Mr. Lawyer? Who is this? Oh, Mr. Lawyer? Oh, hello, Bonnie. Can I help you with something? Well, there's something that's been bothering me. Really? What is it? Well, you see... Hey, dummy, what are you whispering to the lobster boy about? Betty... What the heck do you think you are? Are you crazy? You want a piece of this? We know you have... You know you have to talk to me before you do or say anything, you harebrain. But I... Shut your mouth, you dumb bunny. Come with me now. I wonder what was bothering her. There's no way we're finding that out without Betty constantly hovering over her like that. Court is about to reconvene. Will you be all right testifying? Yes, it's just... I wonder what Mr. Retinas has up his sleeve. I doubt he's bringing in actual fans. Yeah, probably not. Wonder what he has up his sleeve, too. He better not be trying to get under Trucy's skin right now, of all times. You're Trucy right, and you'll be fine! Oh! There goes Apollo with his best trick. That's right. Whenever I'm feeling down, I always tell myself I'm fine. All right. I'll give it a try. I'm Trucy right, and I'm fine. Thanks, Polly. I think I can do this now. Atta girl. Good luck up there on the stand. You'll do great. Thanks. I'll be fine. I can do this. All right, Justice. You can do this too. Time to focus on the rest of the trial. I can't believe they still don't know that they're siblings. It's been 2 years. And Phoenix hasn't told them. I mean, it could be that he isn't allowed. This has to be the trial where they learn. It could be. I mean, this game, I think they learn. In, like, I think... I don't know why he hasn't told them. Sometimes in the fanfictions I read, it's like Thalassa doesn't want him to tell them, which, like, if that's the case, then yeah, I guess his hands would be tied. But also, fuck Thalassa for making him keep that secret. Why wouldn't... I don't know, why doesn't he just tell them? I don't understand. Anyway... Court is now back in session. Defendant, please step up to the witness stand. Trucy Wright, magician. Comes the liar, the deceitful witch. Throw the murderer in jail. Last member of the criminal troupe. Boo, we don't want to see you on any stage. Order, the gallery will be quiet, or I will have you all thrown out on the spot. What's with all the hecklers? I bet they're the fans Mr. Retinas invited. What a grade A jerk. Well, he's not going to psych us out. Now then, Miss Wright. This court would like to know if you switched from the steel sword to a rubber one on stage. So please testify about this issue.
She's gonna try and trick us again with her magic. Hurry up and convict her already. Get her that death penalty.
Nyahahaha.
Silence, all of you! I won't tell you again. Miss Wright, do you feel able to testify?
Yes, I'm fine, Your Honor.
Trucy, I knew I shouldn't have let her go through with this.
I'd like to make a small request. How about, instead of testifying with words, I show you exactly what happened? Would that be all right, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword-switching magic and judge for yourself.
In spite of everything, she's still smiling.
Our Trucy is amazing, isn't she?
She sure is. She's doing just fine up there.
We had a 6.5 alcohol. Oh my gosh. Carly.
True entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. She's faithfully following the Troop Cromary creed even now. She really is something else.
It's showtime for magical girl Trucy Wright. Watch carefully now, everybody.
Latest testimony. She's so cute. I love her so much. The stupendous sword switch.
Ladies and gentlemen, please focus your attention on this sword. Allow me to demonstrate just how sharp this blade truly is. See that? No tricks or gimmicks. A very sharp sword indeed. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, watch as I take this sword and... Presto sordo. There, I've switched it. And now... Hup! As you can see, the blade is not steel, but rubber.
Baby girl, how did you do that? But... Bravo, Miss Wright! Wow, she switched them in a flash! I couldn't see her do it at all! She's completely turned the room around.
And the hecklers are being drowned out by all the cheering.
Where did the steel sword vanish off to, Miss Wright? In order to deepen our understanding of the case, please tell us if you would. I'm not asking out of mere curiosity, just so you know.
I usually hide the steel sword backstage when I switch them during the show.
So when you thrust the rubber sword into the coffin, the steel sword wasn't even on stage, but behind the curtain?
Exactly. So you see, there is a trick and a gimmick to it after all. And as for where the steel sword went when I performed the trick just now, it's a secret. Wouldn't want to spoil the magic for you now, would I?
Ho ho ho.
That's our Trucy.
Yeah, still. Miss Wright, that part where you spun around, that's an actual part of the sword switching trick you do for the show, right?
Right. The other parts, like the apple, were just to help with my explanation here in court.
That's funny. I think I found an inconsistency in her testimony. Does she not spin around in the video? I don't want to watch this video again, but I will. Yeah, she doesn't spin around. It looks like I'm not the only one. I don't know what it's doing there, but now I found it, I have to get to the bottom of it. Now then, Mr. Justice, you may go ahead and question the witness. Try not to ask dumb questions and spoil this wondrous magic. I thought this was supposed to be my cross-examination. I thought this was supposed to be my trilogy. Okay.
Objection!
Miss Wright, there's something I'd like to confirm with you.
What is it, Apollo?
There seems to be a discrepancy between the way you performed the trick for us just now and the way it appears in the show footage.
What? But that can't be. I performed it exactly the same way both times.
Then what's going on here? I feel like there's a skip in this video. Hold on. I don't want to have to watch it again, but I feel like there is a jitter. I've noticed it the other times, but like I thought it was just maybe my eyes playing tricks on me. Right there. Yep, there's a cut in it. Miss Wright, I have the show footage right here. And the part where you twirl your cape around is missing from it.
What? But I did it!
So, it really is the exact moment you switched the swords?
Yes, that's right.
I knew it. Well, I certainly never expected the defense to expose the accused lies for me. Mr. Justice, does this mean that you are arguing that the defendant did not swap the swords during the actual magic show? No, Your Honor, that wasn't my intention. I mean,
I did swap them. I know I did. I'm absolutely sure of it.
Human memory is unreliable at best, but in this case, I'm afraid that it is the witness herself who cannot be trusted. We can see the footage for ourselves. The claims of this witness are fake.
But
the footage has been doctored. Now that it's been proven that the accused did not swap the swords, it means that the use of the steel sword to pierce the coffin was wholly intentional. Urgh. And by the way, was it not you, Mr. Justice, who argued that Mr. Roos's death was not an accident but murder? I assume you have no objections to that still. It was, after all, your own assertion. The defense,
The defense has an objection. To you, Mr. Apollo Justice. I demand you withdraw the discrepancy you pointed out now.
But there is a discrepancy, and it must mean something. I'm sure of it. Will the defense team kindly save their spat until after court is adjourned? Now, after all this debate, it seems we've come back around to the original argument. The defendant knew about the prank plan that would place the victim inside the coffin. What's more, the defendant did not perform the sword-switching trick on stage. Through her actions, I'm afraid I have come to see the true intentions of the accused. Her murderous intentions. It's such a shame.
But I did switch the swords, I swear.
You're knee-deep in it now, Justice.
Excuse me.
Let's see, you are... Which one again? Benny? No, that's not right. Body?
It's Bonnie. You were mixing the two names together, Your Honor.
Oh, pardon me. And do you have something you wish to say, Bonnie?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to testify.
About what?
The more I think about it, the less possible it seems. I don't believe that Trucy killed Mr. Roos.
Bonnie?
Hey, what's the big idea? Such an incredibly gifted and talented magician would never commit murder. I refuse to believe it.
What are you talking about, you harebrained hare? You keep your trap shut.
I got a bag of baby carrots for you, so chew on those and pipe down. No, I won't be quiet.
What's the matter with you? Didn't you hear me?
Trucy said something to me once.
Huh?
She said, no matter how scared you get, no matter how mean people are to you, You can give in or give up. That's what being a professional magician is all about. Isn't that right, Trucy? That's right, Bonnie. I've always been afraid to stand up to Betty, afraid to defy her, so I did what she said. But when I saw Trucy today, she gave me strength.
Is it the same day that the murder happened? Yeah. Testifying. We just did this. I don't want to relive it. Thank you so much.
Seeing her courage, the way she kept smiling despite everything, she's just incredible. So I'm not going to run away. I'm scared, but for once, I'm going to be brave.
What have you done, my sister? What have you done to my sister, Trucy, right? You practically brainwashed her. I'm pretty sure it's the day after. I think you're right. Oh my god, wait, no, it definitely is. Because on the phone with Phoenix, they were like, tomorrow's your last chance. You have to finish it tomorrow so they don't repossess the office. Yes, the incident happened on the 27th. I've not been paying attention to the dates in that... in the screens. It's the power of Trucy's conviction. That's what it is. It's touched Bonnie's heart. Yeah, Trucy is really one magical girl. Bonnie, and the topic of your testimony related to that thing that was bothering you, the thing you tried to tell us about in the lobby, is it related to that thing you were trying to tell to the lobby during the recess?
Yes, ever since I saw the show footage, something's been nagging at me. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but something is off. I feel like something about it is different from what I saw on the stage.
What do you mean by that, Bonnie?
I wonder if what was shown on TV is really the same as what happened on stage.
Objection.
Of course it is. The show has only been performed once, after all. It can't show anything other than what happened on that stage yesterday.
Objection.
But Bonnie's testimony deserves our attention. We have to examine the show footage. But what can we check it against? Do you have any other footage of the show? Well,
I have some show footage.
you do?
One of the TV station's cameramen said he was a fan of mine. He kept his camera on me throughout the entire show. And then afterwards, he gave me the footage he shot as a present.
He did?
To tell you the truth, I thought it was kind of creepy, so I was going to get rid of it.
Yeah, it's very creepy.
Hold it.
Please submit that footage to the court. Now then, let's take a look at this new footage. Ah! It's creepy as hell. Oh. Wow. Okay, then. Really did keep his camera on Bonnie the whole time, didn't he?
I think this cameraman needs to keep his personal feelings out of his work.
Well, defense, do you still believe this new footage is worth inspecting? Yes. Of course I do.
Okay, how are we going to go about this?
Let's try comparing the two. We just might find an inconsistency between them.
An inconsistency, huh?
Yes, the two pieces of footage are of the same scene, so they should match up. But Bonnie felt there was something off about the original footage. So if we can pick out what's different between the two.
We'll know what Bonnie found strange.
Exactly. Plus, we figure out why the original doesn't show the sword switching trick. It's been cut. Your Honor, the defense would like to compare these two pieces of footage to show footage. Very well, I will allow it. What a waste of time. Apollo, do you know how to compare the two pieces of footage? Nope, never done it before. I'll give you a little lesson then. Use the video player's buttons to go through the footage. When you want to speed through, use the fast forward button. Okay. M and B. Halt it and press Z to pause. Okay. By the way, if you fast forward when the playback is paused, you can do a slow frame by frame. Okay. And how do I switch between the two videos? Q. Okay. Q. Put the cursor for what's different. Not really. I just gave it some gusto and then went in with my gut mostly. Alright. Yeah. Let's just do it. That's where it... Oh. Did I go too far back? There it is. Yeah. No. Press the wrong button. There we go. Okay. Present is R. Look, there's a clear difference between the two pieces of footage right here. I'm afraid I don't see any difference there. Staring so hard at these images for such a long time. What do you mean? Okay. Right. Oh god, it's gonna make... Oh my god. Didn't save. Where are the cards? Okay. Kill me. There it is. Oh god. Okay, I think that's what I did wrong. Okay. There we go. This is it right here. Take a good look at this scene and compare it to the video shot from the front. Oh, the playing cards don't appear in the video shot from the front. Hey, you're right. What's going on here? Miss Wright, what can you tell us about these playing cards? Oh, those? They're the cards I throw when I do the sword switching trick. What? Mr. Justice, does this mean? Yes, it means that the sword switching trick was cut from the TV show footage. So the footage was edited. Yes, with malicious intent. That is absurd. Well, we must get to the bottom of this right away. Bailiff, the TV station might still have the unedited footage. Go see what you can find out. Yes, Your Honor. I hate him. Nasty man. It's you. Now hold up, Your Honor. This is all just a big misunderstanding, believe you me. Give a guy a chance to defend himself before you start pointing fingers. And who might you be? Right, sorry about that. Got ahead of myself. Sorry. Here's my business card. Charmed to make your acquaintance, Your Honor. Oh, well, how very polite of you. It's lovely to meet you too, Prosecutor Sanmari. Please take my card. Business card? Yes, I read about this custom among businessmen in this country. I even have familiarized myself with the various replies. How do you do, good sir? Or, what's crack-a-lackin', homie? For example. My man. Oh, you're from Take-Two TV, are you, witness? Come to think of it, I believe I've seen you on television before. Yes, Roger Retness, otherwise known as the Ratings Raja. He's a TV producer and appears on many of his own shows as of late. He's best known for his catchphrase, hang loose, baby. Oh my, so you're the Ratings Raja. Hang loose, judgy baby. Nice courtroom you got here. I never thought I'd get to meet you in person. But, Prosecutor Sanmari, how do you know so much about him? In preparation for the case, I watched all of his shows. I found the Ratings Raja Goes to Burger Barn of particular interest. No, you don't get to hang loose. I hate him. You guys were not here for when he was being a slobbering creep. It was so upsetting to witness. It inspired me to visit the restaurant straight away to learn more about the local cuisine. What? You went to Burger Barn? He's literally drooling and slobbering. It was vile. Who would have thought? You must have really wanted to try it, huh, buddy? Because that line, whew. Compared to my aesthetic training, an hour's wait is nothing. I recommend the Southwestern burger with jalapeno jack cheese, by the way. Alright, guys, can we stop talking about burgers? I'm having a really hard time picturing him in line for burgers. Prosecutor Sanmari's unexpected enthusiasm for food aside, Mr. Retness, what is this misunderstanding you mentioned? Well, for starters, it's true that the footage was edited. You'll get your hands on this anyway, so I might as well show you the unedited footage. It's a pretty long video, so I'll just show you the part with the playing cards. You can see the cards when Trucy spins around, so keep your eyes peeled. There it is. Did you see the part that was cut where Trucy switched the swords? She spins around and the playing cards go flying. Everything's like it's supposed to be. Then it seems the defendant really did swap the swords during the trick. Which means the sword Miss Wright thrust into the coffin was the rubber one. In other words, Miss Wright couldn't have killed Mr. Roos. Yeah, see, that's the first misunderstanding right there. What do you mean? Well, Trucy definitely did swap swords, as you saw. So, yeah, maybe she didn't kill Mr. Roos when she stabbed the coffin, but that just means he was killed after he showed up, pretending to be a corpse. So you're saying that up until that point, everything was going according to the script? Excuse me. If that's true, then when and how exactly do you think he was killed? It was after the dragon set piece came crashing down. Sorry? I say Trucy murdered Mr. Roos when she was hidden from view behind the set piece. She could have easily done it behind that huge dragon and nobody be the wiser. Oh my god. I see. Indeed, there is a ring of truth to your assertion. I want to say assertion so bad, but it's not what that word is. You bet. Plus, there's a suspicious-looking shadow in the footage, too. It's toward the end of the footage, just before the dragon hits the stage. It's Mr. Hat! It might be easier to just see it for yourselves. It's Mr. Hat! It has to be Mr. Hat. It's only for a split second, so it's hard to catch, but look here. This suspicious shadow must be Trucy. She's using the steel sword she hid behind the curtain during the trick to kill the victim. No! Now that you mention it, I suppose it does look that way.
Objection!
It does not! It's a smudge! This witness is just trying to ram his theory down our throats, Your Honor. And that's not all. Aren't we forgetting that the witness willfully edited the sword switch out of the footage? You see, there's your second misunderstanding right there. Your Honor, would you mind if I testified about it? I've seen people testify on TV, and I've always wanted to give it a shot. That would be fine with me, Prosecutor Sadmati. This is quite unexpected. It threatens to disrupt the karmic course of this case. Hey, lighten up, pretty boy. You're gonna like what I have to say. Promise. Very well. However, if you do anything to impede the last rites for the victim, I will have you removed. What does that even mean? All right, with Prosecutor Sadmati's permission, please give us your testimony, Mr. Retness. Raja Retness, the ratings Raja, now Kaiser of the courtroom. I'm taking over the floor, so listen up, loyal viewers. You're a creep and I hate you. Wasn't deliberate, I tell you. Footage is meant to be edited, I tell you. Scenes are spliced together, long or boring scenes are cut out. All the stations edit footage this way. Wasn't like it was done maliciously or something. It was just a coincidence that particular scene was cut. It wasn't intentional. Or what? You got some proof that I had an ulterior motive for editing that footage? Yes. I love Ace Attorney. A guy can just show up and ask to testify and folks just go, sure, why not? And it's always the murderer. It's always the murderer who could have just stayed at home and we probably never would have spoke to him. But nope, they just gotta stick their big fucking nose in there. Pretend to be a witness. I see. So you're saying it was a coincidence that the sword swapping scene was cut. That's right. Glad you got the picture.
Objection!
Coincidence? That's just a little too convenient if you ask me. Oh, an objection. How cool. It sure packs a lot more punch when you hear it live. Do that again. I want to get another shot from a different angle. My objection is not for your entertainment. And cut. There, I've got some good stuff there. Mr. Retness, filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Oops, my bad, Judge. And if the defense has an issue, it can point it out during its cross-examination. I do have an issue. I have a problem. I know you have an ulterior motive. It was not a coincidence. So no way it was a fucking coincidence. Of all the scenes you could have cut, why the sword switching trick? That seems like too much of a coincidence to me. Oh, so now you're gonna tell me how I'm supposed to edit my programs, big shot? It's hard being the boss, kid. You gotta make the tough choices, like which content gets cut. Now let me ask you this. Why exactly did you make such a tough choice in this case? Exactly, they're not even under suspicion or anything, and nobody really knows who they are, but they're just going to get themselves arrested? Yeah, basically. Or arrest themselves, practically, yes. They're all idiots. You wouldn't understand, champ. It's all about artistic vision. I tell you, people tell you how to do your job when they don't know the first thing about it. I may not know TV, but I know evidence law, and boy, do I have some for you, champ. I might not be able to show you that your selective editing was intentional. However, I know you bear the defendant ill will, and this is the evidence that proves it. Dishonest dealings. Huh? What's that you got there? This is the contract you had Miss Wright sign just before the magic show. This contract between the first party, Take-Two TV, and the second party, Miss Wright, reads, if, through the fault of the second party, the show must be canceled in part or in full, the second party will pay $3 million as compensation to the first party. $3 million? That's a completely unreasonable sum. I couldn't agree more. And of course, Miss Wright doesn't have that kind of money. Nevertheless, Roger Rettness had her sign this unreasonable contract anyway. Or, more accurately, he conned her into signing it. Conned her? How did he do that? There's a trick to the clipboard that was used by Miss Wright to sign her contract. It houses carbon paper that can secretly copy her signature onto other documents. Oh, come now. That's quite a nasty accusation you're slinging my way. For starters, you don't have any proof that I had anything to do with that carbon paper stuff. Just because Trucy and her agency can't pay up, that doesn't mean I conned her. But $3 million? That's totally out of reach for the average person. In any case, it is important. It is important new information. Please add it to your testimony, Mr. Rettness. Where's your proof linking me to that trick about clipboard? You don't have any, do you? I probably do. That's the contract, but we just talked about the contract. Oh, this fucking thing.
Objection!
You must be quite the con man if you can fool a magician with a simple trick. But if you think you can con a lawyer, you're very much mistaken. Hey kid, would it kill you to enunciate in front of the camera? You know, like a newscaster? I'd like you to take a look at Miss Wright's signature here on this note. Now let's compare that signature to the one here on this contract. Exactly the same. Well, would you look at that? They're exactly the same. That's right, Your Honor. Not just similar, but exactly the same. Nobody can sign their name in exactly the same way twice, unless it's a copy. These signatures are proof positive that you conned Miss Wright. And they definitely prove your malicious intent. Say, not bad, lawyer guy. Didn't know you had it in you. This is really getting interesting now. It'll get great ratings for sure. Don't try to dodge the issue, Mr. Rettness. The fact is, you bear ill will against my client. So the show footage was definitely edited with malicious intentions. Isn't that right? What a forced argument, defense. All you have really proven is not his ill will toward Miss Wright, but his pecuniary greed. That's right. I just wanted money, baby. Fat stacks of cheddar, that's all. After all, I'd never even crossed paths with Trucy before this magic show. Lies! Lies! So I'd have absolutely no reason to bear her any ill will, right? You didn't bear her any ill will, huh? Fat chance. This guy definitely has some major hate for Trucy. You'll see. I'll dig up the dirt and expose the dark heart behind that sweet smile. I'll prove those Carmeri magicians are all a bunch of lowlifes. I can't prove it with anything, but the things he said all point to that fact. There must be something between the two of them that gave birth to this grudge. Some sort of connection that not even Trucy is aware of. Your Honor, I'd like to argue that Roger Rettness and Trucy Wright must have crossed paths before. There must be some hidden connection between them. Hidden? Connection? What is it now? Just what are you getting at, Mr. Justice? It is futile to even ask, Your Honor. Surely it is just another one of the defense's feckless claims.
Objection!
It does sound like the guy, but I assume they had a body. What do you mean? I'm confused. I'm sorry. I think I'm missing something. The victim. Man of Mystery slash Roos. They do have his body. Don't seem to have a very high opinion of me, but once you hear my argument, you'll wish you'd taken me a whole lot more seriously. Will I really? Very well then, do proceed. Did you figure something out, Apollo? Nope, not a thing. What? That was just some good old-fashioned bluffing, courtesy of Mr. Wright's fine training. Twin brother? I could be twin brothers. Wait, 2 sets of twins in one case? He's definitely the magician. 100%. I hope you know what you're doing. You're going to make such a bold claim, Mr. Justice. I hope you're ready to elaborate. What is this hidden connection between the defendant? He's a magician too. That sleight of hand trick Mr. Retness did during the recess earlier. Yeah, listen. I don't care. I was there. It wasn't that long ago. What if Mr. Retness is a magician too? What if? I believe it's up to the defense to fill in the blanks, not me. Well, if he is, he may have had some contact with Miss Wright somewhere along the way.
Objection.
Your argument is hardly worth responding to. But by all means, please do continue. As a passage in the sacred scriptures of Kuraianism state, he who gives a sermon to a monkey is himself a monkey. Yeah, it doesn't matter what you say to a dimwit. He isn't going to get it anyway. But we saw Mr. Retness perform a magic trick. He made his video camera disappear in the blink of an eye. Well, I think it'd be pretty funny if I were a magician. You must have been seeing things. Want me to introduce you to a good eye doctor? If a connection as tenuous as that is all it takes, then every magician in the country could potentially bear ill will toward the accused. I guess you're right. You're not the sharpest knife in the drawer, are you, short stuff? You would do well to cleanse that putrid mind of yours in the holy waters of Mount Poniponi. 3 days under a frigid waterfall, and even you should rise to the level of a monkey. A numbskull for a numbskull. Ugh, well, this numbskull has thick skin, so there. I think I get what they're driving at. Even if he is a magician, it's not exactly a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy, is it? Hold on. I can think of one person. One magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy. Or rather, one magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Troop Grimary. Oh? No way! Something wrong, Mr. Justice? Your Honor, the defense wishes to submit evidence at this time. I see. And what sort of evidence do you have for us? Evidence that points to the real killer, the one who had a motive to commit this crime. What? And what have you come up with this time, defense? Trucy Wright is the sole heir to Troop Grimary in its name. This puts her square in the crosshairs of one particular magician. And this piece of evidence points to that one person with a grudge against Miss Wright.
Take that!
And who exactly are you naming, Mr. Justice? 13 years ago, the great Mr. Roos belonged to Troop Grimary. But then, the troop ousted him, and Mr. Roos vowed to get revenge on them someday. And what better way to accomplish that than through the ruination of their sole heir? But Mr. Roos is the victim, Mr. Justice. You've named a dead man as your suspect. But is he really dead? What do you mean, is he really dead? Well, if the fact that Mr. Roos is the victim is what's throwing you off, then how about we consider this possibility? What if the man who died on that stage yesterday wasn't Mr. Roos? Yeah. He's him. He's got the same face. What? You mean the victim was an imposter? Not Mr. Roos. Then what about the real Mr. Roos? It would mean the real Mr. Roos is still alive. That's absurd. And he's wearing fucking plaid board shorts and boat shoes. And a dumb little cape. Mr. Justice, who is the real Mr. Roos if not the victim in this case? Do I really have to do this whole thing? And he's in the courtroom right now! It's all coming together now. I finally see the gimmick, the trick to this entire case. Yeah, I think it's a jacket he's got around his shoulders. This should explain everything, Your Honor. The real killer, the one who hated Troop Mary and wanted to sully its name. He doesn't have the scar on his arm! He doesn't have the scar on his arm, guys. This isn't him. The magician lurking in the shadows who set up a fake Mr. Roos in his stead. The real Mr. Roos is...
Take that!
But that's... Yes, it is. Roger Retness is the real Mr. Roos. Wait, it was never Mr. Roos? Like, in the video? This guy who's dead is not... Do I have a crime scene photo? I don't. Yes, I do. This is not the real Mr. Roos. This guy's a fake. He's a pretender. Because this man is not him. Because he doesn't have... Where's... I don't have the video from him. Anyway. What? Him?
Objection!
Don't you dare hit me with that again. O hollow red pepper, your impotent seeds sprout naught but meaningless empty words. You can't possibly have proof to support such an outlandish theory. Not a bad idea for a soap opera, but not even die-hard fans of the genre would stick around past the pilot. You want proof? Well, I've got proof. I can prove it by... proving that the Mr. Roos in yesterday's magic show is a fake. And to do that... Yeah. I just need you to look at this spot on the poster. Right here. This is the injury Mr. Roos sustained while practicing a magic trick 13 years ago. However, the video the victim shot of himself shows no trace of that injury. Oh my, you're absolutely right! Now, Mr. Retness, what do you suppose we'd find if we took a look at your right forearm? Is there by any chance a nasty 13-year-old scar under that sleeve of yours? I hate his shirt with the pink frills. I just hate him in general, but... Well, Mr. Retness, why don't you roll up your sleeve and let the court have a look? Or are you hiding something else up there? Come on now, I have nothing up my sleeve. I don't need to hide anything up there because I require no tricks or gimmicks. For you see, my magic is the real deal. Oh, there it is. Is this what you were hoping to see? Oh, there it is, the scar. I was going to say, is there anything about this man you don't hate? No, I hate every fucking inch of him. He's a goddamn creep. Trying to place blame on a girl who would have been, like, 4? Five years old? 5 or 6 when he was ousted? Like, just as I thought. That's right. I'm the forgotten magician, abandoned to the dark understage of history. The great Mr. Roos. This is totally absurd. punch this man in the face. Oh, how ironic, wouldn't you say? That this odious mark, carved into me by Troopgamary, would bring me back into the limelight once more. Strange are the karmic threads before me. If the witness is the real Mr. Roos, then who is the victim who perished in the magic show? He was but a fan. I met him on one of my programs several years ago. He said he had become a magician out of admiration for the great Mr. Roos. In confidence, I told him my true identity and let him take on my mantle. And when did this man take over for you? About 2 years ago. I taught him my tricks, even acted as his producer. And so a mere amateur became a popular magician overnight, courtesy of my magic on the stage we call television. Hope you enjoyed the show. You really had us all fooled. He did not, but that's okay. Mr. Retness, or should I say Mr. Roos, in your hatred of Troopgamary, you killed the victim, Mr. Mystery, and then set up Miss Wright to take the fall, didn't you? You did it all just to tarnish the Grammary name. Oh, I have no idea what you're talking about, lad. I set up the prank, that much is true. But it was simply a harmless joke on Trucy, I assure you. Yet, she learned of the plan and made use of it to commit murder. Mr. Roos, I did say that at one point, Carly. You might not have been here. You're fine. It's different enough, and I haven't been saying ruse. That is how strongly the criminal element runs in the blood of these Grammaries. Mystery. Mr. Manov Mystery. Mr. Roos. I don't know what Retnick is supposed to be a pun to, but if it was a secret prank plan that very few people knew about, couldn't you have been the one to use it for murder instead? What? What the fuck? Just kidding. What the heck was that? Why? Why did he do that? What the fuck was the point of that? Heed my words, lawyer lad, for I fear your grasp in reality is slipping. I too believe I told you that my magic is real. It employs neither tricks nor gimmicks. Enough with the ambiguity. Why don't you make your point already? My alibi is as pristine as ever. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Sadmati? Yes, I suppose that is correct. The witness does have a solid alibi. What? We know his alibi. We asked people about it. Oh my god. Recall, defense, that at the time of the magic show, Mr. Retness was at Take-Two TV. A fact that many people can easily attest to. That's right, I forgot all about that. Oh. So, what do you think, Your Honor? Would you like me to testify on the matter? Yes, I think you'd better. Please tell the court more about your alibi. Very well then. On with the show. Are you watching, Magnifique Grammary? The time has finally come for my magic to snuff out your precious pedigree. The Grammary line will be no more. Well, they're almost all dead, so, you know. I say almost. There's 3 still living. I was at the TV station at the time of the Penrose performance. I was busy working on another TV program. I could spare no time for the magic show. Do ask my staff if you doubt my claim. And there it is, a simple, perfect alibi. No tricks, no gimmicks, just the truth. I almost miss when he was just a creep and not doing his magician stuff. I don't want to listen to him flinging that quarter around. Do you understand now, perhaps? I did not grace the theater with my presence until after the incident. So how could I have committed the murder? My staff did say... Wrong. His staff did say he was there at the station. So it sure does sound like a rock-solid alibi. But that can't be right. Retness is the killer. He'd have to have been at the theater. There's gotta be a hole somewhere in his story. There's gotta be a hole somewhere in his story. I assure you there are no holes on Mr. Roos's stage. No tricks, no gimmicks. True magic doesn't need trapdoors to escape through. Do enjoy my show to the fullest. And my real alibi. Okay. Nothing of this is obviously wrong. I'm just gonna press everything.
Hold it!
But you did come to the theater eventually, isn't that right? Indeed. Anxious to see how the show is progressing, I made my way to the theater. Let's see. My journey took about 10 minutes by car. Could he actually have been at the theater during those 10 minutes, killing the victim? Allow me to stab at reading your mind. Could I have been at the theater during those 10 minutes, killing the victim? How in the... But no, I took a taxi. The driver can attest to that. Feel free to call the taxi company if my word does not satisfy you. The driver is a big fan of the ratings, Raja. I even gave him my card. Gave the driver his card? That was very clever of him. You might as well give it up, lad. Questioning real magic is a fool's errand. Besides, you know very well what I was doing at the time of the incident. Maybe there's another twin. Maybe it's two twins.
Hold it!
What was the other TV show you were working on? My own special project, you see. One moment. Perhaps this is more appropriate. It's a Ratings Raja special production. Yeah, hang loose, baby. It's called Desperation Regeneration. If you had one fan, why not two? Exactly. You switched personas just to say that? What's the show about? Washed up, has-been singers and comedians get together and play musical chairs. The winner of the game is given a second chance at their career. What the fuck? A priceless prize for chumps who washed up too early in life. Sounds great, right? Might I suggest you appear on that show, Mr. Justice? Ah! As the ex-lawyer who used to make ridiculous bluffs in court and faded sadly into obscurity. Now, Yuta, I'm gonna fucking jump across this courtroom. Let the Ratings Raja produce my TV debut? Not in this lifetime. I think that Apollo didn't object to the things he was saying. Just, I will not let the Ratings Raja produce my TV show. You have great reactions. Who knows? TV might be your true calling. Hey, whose side are you on? In any case, I was overseeing production of this project during the Penrose performance.
Hold it!
How do we know those staff members aren't in cahoots with you? I'm making my business to perform solo. My magic has neither need nor want of assistance. The fuck are you talking about? You... After all, one of them could reveal the secrets behind my magic, could they not? So he doesn't trust anybody, huh? Yeah, exactly. He's the complete opposite of Trucy. There were many people there in the studio audience who saw the witness as well. Even if he had been able to persuade his own staff to cover for him, he could not have convinced so many complete strangers to do the same. He really has made a rock-solid alibi for himself. Yeah, it's almost too good, you know? It's eerie how perfect it is. Has all been revealed to you now? Okay, that's the last one, thank God. I've got it. Do you have a brother? A brother that looks exactly like you, maybe? Apollo, we're in the same. Again with the twins business? You think the audience will let you get away with using the same gimmick twice in a row? Talking to us. If you don't believe him, Defense, why not investigate for yourself? Although, I'm sure your efforts will prove to be thoroughly fruitless. Yeah, I guess the twins theory is a little far-fetched. To be used twice in one game. Twice in one case. His alibi really is airtight. Oh, Eenie Minnie wasn't twins. It was just her sister, whom she then had plastic surgery to change her face to look exactly like. Yeah. Anyway. Believe we've heard enough. While I believe the witness does indeed harbor some ill will against the defendant, There's no reason to doubt that he was at the TV station at the time of the incident. Yes, the facts prove it was impossible for the witness to have been involved with this crime. These last rites for the victim have dragged on long enough. The soul of the victim himself is so bored that it is resting on top of Your Honor's head. Is it? I like the way that his hair flings when he does that clap. The time has come. Let us punish the sinner and guide the victim's soul to the Twilight Realm.
Apollo, Trucy will be thrown in prison, and we'll be out of a job. But if you catch tasty fishies, will you sell me some at a good price?
What?
I told you I have zero intention of going off on a tuna boat.
What is this conversation? Did I miss that earlier?
Think, Justice. You have to figure this out.
It's no use. I can't find a single flaw, so what now? Oh, behold my never-ending magic show. Come for the awe-inspiring showmanship of the great Mr. Ruse. Stay for my grand illusion until the end of time.
Wait, is he saying that we're still trapped in some sort of illusion of his? That's what professional magicians do. They make their audience see something that isn't really there. In other words, you make us see illusions, right? We call it misdirection. While we keep you busy believing one thing, we're busy making something else happen. What we say is there really isn't. What we say is there really isn't. And what we say isn't there actually is. I can't. Your tongue twisting me, Trucy.
Could it be?
Could what be, Apollo?
You know what, Mr. Retinas? I've probably been saying his name wrong this whole time, but I don't care. I guess we have all been spectators to the elaborate illusion you prepared for us. An illusion that has subtly turned our attention towards something you wanted us to see. Retinas. No, that's it. Do we think his name... Maybe his last name is Ratings? Mr. Ratings? Retinas? Roger Retinas. No. I don't know what his name is a pun on. Because he's also the Ratings Raja. Which is kind of just the names switched around. I don't know. That one's kind of feels like a stretch. What are you going on about, lad?
Have you got something, Apollo?
Just remember something Trucy said about misdirection. I was thinking it was supposed to be like ratings, but I also missed like 50% of the name puns. They've been like really heavy-handed in this game so far, and it's only case 2. Like extra heavy-handed. What a magician says there really isn't. This is not. What a magician says is there really isn't, and what they say isn't there actually is. If we've all been taken for a ride in Mr. Retinas' magic, then maybe he made us see something that wasn't really there. It's time to rethink all of my assumptions about this case. We're going to do a brain blast like we've been doing with Phoenix. What if we've been made to believe was there when it actually wasn't? What if we taken to be the absolute facts of this case? If I reevaluate the validity of all these things, then just maybe... Athena, there's something uncanny about this case.
Okay, what is it?
Retinas' alibi, it's too perfect.
That's true. It's like it's impossible to break, no matter how hard we try.
But maybe that's the trick. Maybe that's exactly what he wants us to think.
I'm not following.
We're not making any headway here because we've been so focused on breaking his alibi.
Oh, I think I get it. You're saying he's using misdirection on us, right?
It's definitely a possibility. Mission Impossible? I've never ever seen Mission Impossible? Would the defense care to share with everyone what it's discussing over there? Your Honor, we believe that if we were to reconsider a certain assumption, we may finally arrive at the truth. In fact, I think we'll even finally see who's hiding behind the curtain, so to speak. And what is this certain assumption you're thinking of? This is the one key assumption we've been taking for granted. The crime scene? So in Rogue Nation 5, Ethan/Tom goes, we can't do that because that's exactly what he wants us to think. It's not the first one. It's definitely not the first one. I know there's one where Henry Cavill looks hot. Okay. It's one of these two. We're assuming the crime scene. But I think it has to be the crime scene because we have video of him being alive right before he got in the box. So, did he somehow kill him when he wasn't there? While not being there? That's the only thing I could think. What if the culprit was somewhere other than the theater at the time of the crime? That's 6. 5 came out in 2015 and Spirit of Justice came out in 2017. It could be a reference. You're not this. It likes to. They like to throw movie references and shit in these games. What if there was some way to commit the murder without actually being there? So, Phoenix in that first case kept throwing them out like every other line, making song references and movie references. It's in the 7 years he just watched movies. Now it's all he speaks in. If that were the case, then Mr. Rennis's perfect alibi would become irrelevant.
Objection.
Exactly. What else was he supposed to do? Play piano poorly, play poker, and then watch a bunch of movies. In my head though, he did not watch The Steel Samurai. He purposely didn't watch The Steel Samurai just to piss off Miles and Maya. No, I hope not. This guy's Maya would make an Among Us reference, maybe. I'd be okay if Maya was the one making it. Or maybe Trucy. But I don't want it either way. How could one person stab another to death with a sword without physically being there? Furthermore, we all saw what appeared to be the culprit's shadow in the footage. No, we didn't. It's a smudge. But couldn't we just as easily assume that the shadow does not belong to the culprit? Well, if it's not the culprit's, then whose is it? I'm not 100% sure yet, but I'm pretty sure I'm on the right track. We've all seen something that looks like this shadowy shape before, Your Honor. During the magic show itself, yes, Mr. Hat. Like I said earlier. In that case, please point it out in the show footage for us. This is the thing that looks suspiciously similar to the shadowy figure of the culprit. Oh no. Oh, you're gonna make me scroll through. Oh no.
Take that.
Just screaming at the top of my lungs. Mr. Hat! Doesn't the shadow resemble the suspicious shadowy figure? Now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? Miss Wright, could you identify this shadow for the court? Let's see. I believe that's Mr. Hat's shadow. I'm gonna McFreaking lose. I'm always inches from McFreaking losing it. It's from when he's being pulled up from the stage to the catwalk overhead by wire. Then could the shadow that's shown later in the footage be Mr. Hat too? No, that's not possible. After Mr. Hat was pulled up to the catwalk, he stayed up there. In other words, this second shadow is from some other figure being pulled up. Some other figure? I'm afraid you'll need to be more specific than that, Mr. Justice. He's right, we've come this far. I'll just have to figure it out from the clues I have on hand. What is the second shadow shown in the footage? Oh, good lord. Bucket. Fingerprint. God, I don't know. Alright. Nothing is in that. Probably not. Oh, look. Gold coins, and who had gold in his necklace? Anyway. Trucy's hat trick. Bonnie's teleportation trick, and Trucy's escape trick. Mr. Roos's fire trick. Could it have been the body? I don't have a better idea. If we consider what has happened on the stage at the time, there's only one answer. The shadow belonged to the fake Mr. Roos. In other words, Mr. Manov Mystery. The victim. Please take a look at the prank plan script. Mr. Mystery was to pretend to be dead and then fly up into the air after that. Oh, yeah. Isn't that right, Mr. Retinas? Indeed, and what of it? I contend that's exactly what happened. Hold on. Oh my god, I am saying his name wrong. It's Retins. So it is ratings. Retins. Why did I think it was retinas? The places my brain go. Roger Retins. I contend that's exactly what happened. Thanks, Cody. I have real big brain. The victim was wearing a stunt harness around his waist. It was most likely attached to a stunt wire so he could be pulled up into the air. So you're suggesting that after pretending to be dead in the coffin, the victim flew up into the air just as the prank script says? Exactly. We just couldn't see him go flying up because the dragon was blocking our view. And that last trick, ladies and gentlemen, is the true pièce de résistance of the culprit's murderous magic show. Don't tell me. You've got it all figured out? Yes, I think so. I'm glad you do. If we could just look beyond Mr. Retins... I've been saying it long for so long. Mr. Rettin's last bit of misdirection, we should finally be able to see the real truth. The victim must have been pulled up to the catwalk, just like Mr. Hat, and hit the cushion up there with considerable force. I just have to figure out what else happened up there at that time. Are you ready to elaborate, Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor, I'm ready. In that case, please answer me this. Why did the culprit make the victim fly up into the air like that? To murder him. That's where he died. He has an actual cape. It's just like a jacket tied around his shoulders, but he's like using it as a cape. It's definitely just like a sweater. It's like... Oh, you can't see it in this picture. It's too close cut. There's something on the underside of the pad that stabbed him. That's gotta be it, right? Just why did the culprit have the victim fly up after he appeared in the coffin? And how did the victim actually die, when he was the only pretending to be dead in the coffin? If we can figure out how those two questions relate, the answers should become clear. Could it be? Mr. Mystery must have thought he was still part of a prank when he appeared on stage. He probably didn't suspect a thing as he was being pulled into the air after Miss Wright was called backstage just as the set piece fell. But the culprit had already planted the real murder weapon in a cushion in the catwalk. It was probably a knife or blade of some sort. What? You mean... Yes, it really was a magical murder. Just as the prank script said, Mr. Mystery was whisked up into the air and straight into a blade there in the catwalk. Holy shit. In other words, this murder was committed remotely through the use of a magic trick. What? Remotely? Using this method wouldn't matter where Mr. Retinus was at the time of death. How did he place it in exactly the right spot? Wow, it's a very long jacket. I guess it is kind of a cape. I don't know, it grows when he does that. But how exactly does it work, Mr. Justice? Oh god. Just before the murder occurred, the dragon set piece was up in the catwalk. And Mr. Manov Mystery... It and Mr. Manov Mystery were connected to each other by a wire at the time. By carrying out the prank plan, Betty made the dragon set piece fall, which caused Mr. Mystery to rocket straight up. Oh, and into the blade in the cushion. The cushion was high up enough to be hidden from the audience's view. That's why nobody saw the blade. Oh, then that big gash in Mr. Hat's cape. The blade must have been set up overhead sometime before the magic show. And Mr. Hat must have been slashed by it too when he was pulled up to the cushion. I can't believe it. I had no idea. I was just told that Trucy would freak out if I made the set piece fall. That's the only reason I did it. You were used, Betty. Roger Rettins used you. I thought he was my little puppet boss around, but it was the other way around. After the incident occurred, Mr. Rettins arrived at the theater. Jesus Christ. He got the murder weapon and swapped the rubber sword with the bloodied steel one. That's also when he lowered the victim's body down to the stage. But how did he have time to do all that? When the set piece fell, the audience was evacuated from the building. He was able to do all those things after the fact because there was no one around to see. Horrific murder camouflaged by a spectacular magic show. That sounds like the kind of murder only a magician could pull off. As long as the show proceeded as it was scripted, Mr. Mystery was doomed to die. That's why it was you, Mr. Rettins, who killed the victim, all the way from the TV station. This prank plan, or should I say murder plan, proves your murderous intent. Break, break, break. Grammarly! Never meet your idols, folks. They might be murderous magicians. Enough. You dim-witted, ignorant, imbecilic, putrid red pepper. Why am I the one? You can't possibly have a counter-argument to make. Talk about not knowing when to let it go and move on. Do you have a rebuttal or something, Prosecutor Sadmati? No blade of any kind was found in the catwalk, which means you have no evidence to support your theory. But Mr. Rettins retrieved it after the fact. Which still leaves you with no way to prove your wildly fantastic remote murder theory. I hate how all the prosecutors, the witness is about to confess. He's had all his shit rocked, and they're about to like spill their whole beans, and they all go, hold on, you got evidence? And then they go, yeah, you got evidence? It happens every fucking time. They're about to confess. Let them confess. But without proof, it does not make more sense to believe that the murder was committed there on... Does it not make more sense to believe that the murder was committed there on the stage? Why can prosecutors come up with all the crazy stuff they want and the judge calls people guilty, but Apollo says one thing? Exactly. Apollo says one thing and they're like, you fucking idiot. Where's your fucking proof? The prosecutor could spout conjecture all day long. That's where the bloodstained sword was found, after all. That is a very good point. As the only person who could have committed the crime there was on that stage, Trucy Wright remains the prime suspect. Apollo, it's fine. We're gonna beat his ass. It would appear that what you call truth is little more than a cheap parlor trick. I just realized I was touching a blanket on the floor, and I guess this blanket fell back behind the couch. I'm gonna have to grab that. In the end, you have done nothing to prove the accused's innocence. It is time at last to let it go and move on. Take your own fucking advice! I'm gonna throttle this man. I'm gonna throttle him. I'm gonna throttle this man first, though. Are you seeing this, Magnifique Grimari? My magic is exacting punishment on your granddaughter. The Grimari name is done for. Apollo, we need to hit them with a decisive piece of evidence here. I know, that's just what I was thinking. Mr. Justice, do you or don't you have anything to prove that the witness committed this remote murder you proposed? Of course I do, Your Honor. This entire incident was carried out exactly according to the script. Right, so theoretically there should be no evidence for us to find or use. Which means our best bet is to see if something unscripted happened. It's gotta be something Rettins couldn't have foreseen. And once I find it, that's how I'll expose his murderous trick. My friend is sending Facebook reels. I'll watch it later. Get ready, Mr. Rettins, because I'm about to reveal the secret to your magic. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, just some good old-fashioned logic. Oh, we are going into our brain blast. As long as the magic show went as scripted, the murder would happen without fail. Everything in this case was carefully planned so that no evidence would be left behind. Still, one thing happened that definitely wasn't in the plan. The location of Mr. Hat. Part of the magic show wasn't part of the show's original script. Oh god, it's rotating. Bonnie's mistake. Bonnie made a mistake. Bonnie made a mistake during Trucy's escape trick. What mistake did Bonnie make during the magic trick? Her life choices! Oh my god. Mr. Hat was placed in the wrong spot. Because Bonnie placed Mr. Hat to the right of the coffin instead of to the left, Trucy had to reappear on the side of the coffin opposite to the one in the show's script. But the culprit didn't know that when he first arrived at the theater, which means he was bound to make a slip-up when he tampered with the crime scene. Which part of the culprit's cover-up attempt was affected by Trucy's new position? Fingerprints on the coffin. Prints on the coffin lid, prints on the side panels, the top panel. What is the other things? The blood in the coffin hole. Oh, no. Traces of blood in one of the coffin's holes. The show footage doesn't matter. It's one of these two. I guess it would be the blood. Because he didn't know that they switched places until after he got there. And there's no fingerprints because Trucy was wearing gloves. Okay. Blood was on the wrong side of the coffin, too. Thinking Trucy had appeared on the left, the culprit must have put the blood in the left hole. The blood was eventually discovered in the right hole during the police investigation. If the killer had originally put the blood on the left side, that means he must have tampered with the scene again afterwards so we could line up with the facts. To make the crime scene consistent with the facts, the culprit must have wiped off, dropped the set piece, or swapped the coffin slides. The lid was Bonnie. And the top panel was Betty. I don't know. Okay. The culprit swapped the coffin sides. Oh my god! Yeah, because the inside palm prints were the wrong way. Oh my god. I just remembered that. The palm prints on the inside were facing the wrong direction. Were reversed. I should have read literally a line closer or a line further and I would have Anyway. That's right. The left and right panels of the coffin are interchangeable. The culprit must have switched the two panels to make the bloodstain fit the facts. The switch might have also given rise to something unnatural. Oh, I remember now. There was something unnatural about the coffin, and it's just the evidence I need. That face. Sorry, Mr. Rettens. But I have some very conclusive proof of your guilt. Another bluff, is it? There's no way you have anything of the kind. My magic is real, No, there are tricks and gimmicks to it, just like any other illusion. Sorry, the cut back to Apollo's face had real caveman energy. It kind of did. What? After the murder, you switched the left and right panels of the coffin, didn't you? Because you did, you left behind something very unnatural for us to find. This proves that they tampered with it.
Take that!
I do not feel like reading that whole line. The fingerprint results? What about the fingerprint results as unnatural? Let's take a look at the prints of the victim left inside the coffin, shall we? If the victim was facing forward in the coffin, his print should have looked like this. However, what we found was they were facing the opposite direction. It's quite unnatural for the prints to be facing this way, wouldn't you agree? It is strange, isn't it? But how did they get this way? They got this way because the culprit thought the magic show had gone according to script. The culprit thought Mr. Hat would be on the left side of the coffin, and that Miss Wright would also pop up on the left side of the coffin, as per the show's script. He then assumed he had thrust the sword into the hole in the left side of the coffin. That's why he put blood in the left hole when he was trying to cover up his crime. But sometime after leaving the bloodstain, the culprit must have realized his mistake. He found out that, due to Bonnie's mistake, Mr. Hat was to the right of the coffin. And that despite the script, Miss Wright had thrust the sword into the hole on the right. Look at that face. I never noticed that. She's making such a good face. In short, the hole with the blood in it was on the side opposite to the one Trucy used. To make the blood's location fit the facts, he had to tamper with the evidence yet again. So he tried to cover his tracks by switching the coffin's left and right panels. Oh, and that's how the fingerprints in the coffin ended up backwards. Because the culprit switched the two side panels around. The prints ended up facing the opposite direction. But instead of going to all the trouble with the panels, why didn't the culprit just wipe the blood away and redo it on the other side? I'm afraid that wouldn't have worked, Your Honor, because of a little something called luminol testing. Ah, right, luminol, I almost forgot. Luminol can detect trace amounts of blood even if it's been wiped away, right? That's right, wiping the blood away would have only served as proof of his meddling. How about it, Mr. Rettens? I did a pretty good job figuring out your trick, didn't I?
Objection!
Why did he make it look like his head was chopped off that one time? Why did he do that? Trucy Wright could have done the same just as easily. You have no proof that it was this witness who tampered with the evidence.
Objection!
But I do have proof. What? A person who was in the magic show would never have made the mistake of putting the blood on the wrong side. Least of all Miss Wright, who surely would have remembered she was on the other side. Oh my, you're absolutely right. Why, you impudent. I'm sure you've realized by now, Prosecutor Sadmati, that your claim that Miss Wright is the culprit just doesn't hold up. You and the accused are most certainly bound for hell. Shut the fuck up. Really? Miss Wright and I? Because I think you're the one with the ticket there for trying to convict an innocent girl. Ooh! Apollo! Very good. Very good comeback. Oh, one hit him in the face. They all hit him in the face. Oh my god. Prosecutor Sadmati, are you alright? As for the true culprit, he is someone who knew how the show was supposed to go but didn't actually see it, and someone who had the chance to tamper with the crime scene after the incident. And the only person who fits the bill is you, Roger Rettens. Mary! All the secrets to your tricks have been revealed. And with no tricks left, I'm afraid your show has been cancelled. Permanently. I love him. Good job, Apollo, baby. All of my secrets have been revealed, you say? Don't make me laugh, boy. Mine is the true, real magic. There are no secrets to reveal. Behold, ladies and gentlemen, the true power of the great Mr. Ruse. Witness a magic far greater than true Grimaries. Burn. What the fuck? Crumble. Fall to my furious flames. The great Mr. Ruse will bring an end to you all. And now for the final heir to the Grimary name, right here, right now, you too shall Huh? No, this isn't right. No, I didn't do anything wrong. No, it's not my fault. I'm not the one to blame. I'm the victim here. Ah! What? Ah! Ah! Stop, no! Oh my god. That was a lot. Okay. That was all in his head, right? He was just kind of spinning around behind the behind the witness stand, talking to himself. Curse those Grimaries. It's all because of them. Even now they wound me. Curse them all to the abyss! Also, am I peaking the mic? Please let me know. Because I had to fuck with it. I accidentally turned my volume all the way up. And I was just guessing on where I put it back. Do you really hate us that much? I know it's been... I probably should have asked that 4.5 hours ago, but you know. Does your hatred run that deep? Thank you, Cody. Deep enough to kill an innocent man? You're damn right. You have no idea what humiliations I had to suffer. Your grandfather, Magnifique Mary, kicked me out after I got hurt practicing my magic. He said I was too unskilled, that I would mess up on stage. I appreciate that, Cody. Thank you very much. He threw me out of the troop just because he was worried about his own reputation. Since I was but a child, it was always my dream to become a great magician. But that Magnifi took it all from me.
But that's no excuse. That's no reason to do something so evil. Magic is supposed to make people happy, not used as a means for murder.
What's the big deal? I just used what I had available to me, that's all.
I get it now. That attitude toward magic is why my grandfather kicked you out. You don't deserve to call yourself a magician.
You tell him, Trucy baby. Don't deserve? I don't know about that. After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you not? If not for that lawyer over there, you would be on your way to prison as we speak.
You're right. I didn't see through your tricks.
So, you see, in the end, Troop Grammary was defeated by the great Mr. Roos. No, because Apollo is also a Grammary. You're not fit to lecture me from on high, Trucy, right? You don't even deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn. She's 19 years old. Fuck off. Pff. You lose. Baby Secret Grammary got him, exactly. If anyone needs to learn to let it go and move on, it's this guy. This court and my prison can both burn in the flames of my creation. Thank you, Judge. Bailiff, take Mr. Rettins away and bring a fire extinguisher just to be safe. The judge, got a couple of brain cells during these last two games. He no longer has, one brain cell. He's got, 5. He's much more logical than he's ever been. Looks like we've reached the end. I feel as though I've been watching a grand magic show. It was close, but we just barely made it through somehow. Huh? Why does Trucy look so down? Miss Wright?
Yes, Your Honor?
I'm about to announce my verdict. Could I see that wonderful smile of yours? That smile of a true entertainer, as I do. It's a little...
Yes, Your Honor.
I don't know how I feel about that, but... Now then, this court finds the defendant, Trucy Wright, not guilty! Yeah, I know he's just being cute, and he's trying to be, sweet, hey, you're not guilty, give me a smile, but, court is adjourned. Oh yeah, him getting a granddaughter is what gave him just a smidgen of intelligence. His granddaughter's been teaching him, tutoring him.
Thank you for everything, Polly. Oh, Trucy, grazie duo. Dio. Now you can open your show tomorrow, just as planned. Yep, and it's all thanks to you two.
I have to care about someone despite having a child. Yes. His own kids have been raising him along with their children. Yes.
Oh, but now that Mr. Roos is gone, I'll need to find somebody to replace him.
Get Apollo. I don't like the way she's looking at me. Honestly, I think Athena would love to be part of it. I couldn't remember Athena's name for a second.
Trucy, I'm so sorry about everything.
Hey, what are you apologizing for? Roger Rettins used us. We're victims too. He even made me an accomplice to murder.
But Betty, we have to take some of the blame for this too, you know. Even if we didn't know he was planning to kill Mr. Mystery, we did cooperate with him. It's all my fault, isn't it?
Neither one of you is to blame. The only one in the wrong is the person who used magic to commit murder, Roger Rettins. Don't you think I know that? Say what you want, but don't think for a second that I still don't hate you.
I guess she really does hate me.
But Betty, why? You used to be a huge fan of Trucy's. Hey, shut up! I've always hated her.
Really? But if we hadn't seen Trucy's magic show, we never would have tried to become professional magicians ourselves, right?
Speak for yourself.
But Betty, you still have her autograph from that day.
Just shut up!
Was she acting that way this whole time because she secretly loves Trucy? Wow, Trucy, I never knew that being the best could be so tough.
Come on, Bonnie, we're leaving. We have to get ready for tomorrow's show.
You're really excited about performing with Trucy again, aren't you?
That's not true, so zip it, dummy.
Polly, do you think I really am a naive greenhorn?
Huh?
No way. She's not. Why do we have to flash back to this? I don't. We literally just saw it. Yeah.
Trucy, don't tell me you're taking what Retton said to heart.
Well, maybe a little. I didn't see through his tricks and I let myself be taken in by his magic. I can't trust myself anymore. Maybe he was right to call me a greenhorn. You shouldn't take stock in his words. He doesn't even know the first thing about you.
Huh?
You're a wonderful grammary magician. You should be proud of yourself. Thank you, Apollo. But what makes you say that? I know you're a wonderful grammary magician because of this.
Take that!
Notebook. My grandfather's notebook? Grammary Creed. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. When you performed your magic tricks in court today, you showed the world your dedication to your troop's creed. Even through all the jeering, you kept a smile on your face and won the crowd over. You are everything Magnifi could have hoped for in an heir. You're a great magician, Trucy.
Apollo being such a good big brother.
A great magician? Me? You really are, but that's why you don't have to worry about what Retton said. Oh, Polly, thank you. Still, I couldn't have done it without you. I would have lost my nerve if I'd been alone up there. But I was able to keep on smiling because of you.
Me?
I remembered what you said to me in the detention center. After all, you're sure you swapped the swords, right? Yes, I remember doing it. Then I just know it wasn't your fault, Trucy. But how can you say that? We don't have any proof it wasn't me. I mean, I know you're a great lawyer, Polly, but I believe in you, Trucy. And I believe in your skill as a professional magician. So I'm going to prove your innocence. Don't worry. You're going to be fine. I feel like people probably shipped them. I hope not. It was revealed. I guess it wasn't revealed until late in Apollo Justice, but like Trucy was 16 in Apollo Justice in the first game, maybe 17. Yes, it's revealed in the game as part of the last case. Yeah, in Apollo's first game. Carly didn't watch that one with us, Cody, so she doesn't know all this stuff. I hope nobody shipped them together because Trucy was a minor. They don't know they're siblings, but we do. Phoenix figured it out, but then he didn't tell them. Yeah, so we know it from Phoenix because there's a part in the last case of Apollo Justice where you kind of play as Phoenix, like figuring some shit out and doing some things. Unintentional sibling cest. Maybe if people were playing the first game and didn't know it at first, but Trucy is like a kid. Your words were what kept me going. She acts even more of a kid in Apollo Justice than she does in this one.
Apollo. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Now I can be everything I was meant to be.
Trucy's real smile is the best. I'm so glad I could help make that happen. I just love that.
Emma? I'm really sorry, Trucy, for everything. But why? Well, I wasn't able to convince Prosecutor Satmati what a good person you are. And I had to testify against you, too. You have nothing to apologize for. You were just doing your job. You're too kind. Love, Emma. Oh, I don't know about... Huh? Is something wrong, Emma? Oh. Prosecutor Sadmati, what are you doing here?
Detective Sky,
Yes?
I require your forensic expertise in order to close this case. Come, let us go.
Wait, Prosecutor Sadmati.
The trial is over, Mr. Justice. You and I are strangers once more, with no further need to interact.
Strangers? Have you really forgotten all about me? What?
Yeah, it's one of those things where folks who are fans of the game consider Trucy pretty off limits at all the fan works I've seen. Even if ships folk everyone in the game, I've never seen it.
I've seen some Trucy shipping, but it's mostly Trucy. I've seen Trucy and Pearl get shipped a lot because they're about the same age, and I've seen some Trucy and Bonnie, but it's like
people are good about it. It's like people of the characters who are her age, which aren't that many. I see Emma and Kay get shipped a lot. Yeah, Phoenix do see her when Phoenix she adopts. Oh my god, when Phoenix adopts her and she's like 6. Yeah, it's like non-creepy ship. I mean, there is creepy shipping, obviously. You go down enough rabbit holes in AO3, you're gonna find some creepy shipping from all of them. But you've really changed, Nayuta. Telling me to let it go and stuff? What happened to you? Oh, lawyer of impure soul. I have nothing to say to the likes of you. Are you serious, Nayuta? Now, if you'll excuse me. There he goes.
What was that about, Apollo? How do you know Prosecutor Sadmati?
Let's just say we're old acquaintances.
Acquaintances? Seem like something more than that.
Ex-lovers? Carly, you and I are the same wavelength.
Yeah, well... You don't like to talk about your past, do you? Because you always change the subject.
It's not like some of the folks stuffed in the supernatural fandom. Yeah, there's no incest as one of the main ships. I guess I'll have to talk about it someday. But for now, come on, let's forget about the past and celebrate Trucy's future.
Sure, if you say so. Hey, it's Mr. Wright. Put him on speaker, Apollo.
I love that that's his ringtone.
What's up, Mr. Wright? Apollo, how's Trucy? What happened at the trial? Did he get a not guilty verdict? Mr. Wright, slow down. Everything's fine. Hi, Daddy. I'm okay now. She was found not guilty in a very dramatic turnabout. Plus, we saved the office. It was a great victory for Apollo. Whew, that's a load off my mind. I can't thank you enough, Apollo. Now I know I can trust you to hold down the fort any time. Me? Really? Yes, you. You're a real full-fledged lawyer now in my eyes. A full-fledged lawyer? I still can't wrap my mind around it.
Thank goodness you were there to take care of everything. And thank you, Apollo. No need to go that far, boss. Especially not in front of everyone. Oh, and by the way, I won't be able to make it to tomorrow's trial, so I was hoping you could go. You'll do that for me, won't you? Of course. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Full-fledged.
So Daddy asked you to come to tomorrow's show, huh?
But did he say trial or did he say show? Tomorrow's show. Okay. I'm able to make it to tomorrow's show, so I was hoping you could go. You'd do that for me.
As my assistant, right?
No. He just asked me to go cheer you on.
Okay, then I'll be sure to save you the best seat in the house, Polly.
The best seat in the house? I really appreciate the thought, but...
Good, then it's settled.
Objection!
I should have known.
That this is what she meant! Magical girl Trucy Wright will now perform her greatest illusion yet. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, ladies and gentlemen. This is real magic. Wait a minute, you're kidding, right? There is a trick or gimmick, right? I'm too young to die. Now then, Mr. Hat, you know what to do with that sword. No, wait, stop. No! Ah! And that is how Trucy and Grim Maryland ended on a rousing high note, with a big round of applause and Polly's ear-splitting screams. What kind of an ending is that? I love them. I love them all so much. Oh my god. This game is giving us such good sibling stuff. I wonder if some of the stuff Phoenix does to make Apollo support Trucy is to make him be a good big brother without realizing it. Possibly. I think Apollo has already been a good big brother. Oh my god. Oh, it's so good. I fucking love these games so much. Oh, we get to see Maya next week. Oh, and then, okay, this must be where the GIF is from. If Blackwell is back in this case. And then that's the... Why do these look like characters out of The Great Ace Attorney? Anyway. I can't wait. I can't fucking wait. Good sibling moments on my birthday? Ugh, a gift from me. Anyway, that was so fucking good. God, I love these games. I'm gonna be like distraught when we finish this series. I'm not gonna know what to do with myself. It's gonna be distressing. Extremely distressing. That's okay. We have this game, and then we have Professor Layton still. So I'll get to see them, you know. At least Maya and Phoenix are in that one. But, anyway, thank you guys for hanging out. Sorry I was, like, almost an hour late to stream. And also a whole day late. But I was eating ice cream waffle sundaes with my family and the boy and other friends. So we're chilling. Yeah, thank you guys for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I love chilling with you guys. I'm desperately in love with these games. Anyway, that is going to do it for me tonight. Took a quick... I check it every week, and it doesn't change. But I should be fine for next Friday. Might be slightly late because I'm cat sitting. So I don't know what time I have to feed the cat in the evening. What is happening there? I hope that's just a light. So we'll see. I'll tweet about it. But anyway, that's gonna do it for me. That's gonna do it for me tonight. Especially now that I really can't speak English. Really tongue
tongue twisting myself. Thank you all for hanging out. I very much appreciate it. I love you all very much. I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your Friday night and a happy Easter if you celebrate. And I will see you guys all next week. All right? Goodbye.